in terms of how they generally play. Even though, again, it was very clowny, it was still like they were just fighting and it was enjoyable to watch, so yeah.
Well, it was whichever team at the time was doing well was doing that correctly, and the problem I felt for NiP at the end was like they really wanted to push for that win too hard, and then they forgot about the rest of the aspects of their game, right? And it was like, then when they caught, they went, oh dear, oh, wait a second, let's get back to thinking about what we should be doing here, you know, playing properly.
It's kind of like the false confidence that you gain, like when you're a lineup that's able to take all these fights outside of the tier 3, like when you play Dota, right, tier 1 and tier 2s, there's like a whole different ballpark to when you fight at tier 3s, right? Even depending on what lane you go, like the build up to it is very different. And with their type of play and how they had this such a strong poke in the game with all these saves and stuff, you play in the open areas of the map. As soon as you push towards the tier 3, it's so hard, it's a closed off area. So it's like their game plan was really good outside of the base, but it's the lack of adjustment in the critical time when they get to that tier 3. That's when, obviously, again, like we saw, OG punishes that, and then suddenly you're rolling thunder that cuts through the back lines, you're diving at tier 3, your team can't get there as well. Like, it's kind of like, cool, but you're not going to win the fight. So yeah, that's why eventually OG won this very clowny game.
Actually, when it came down to that tier 3 push, I actually thought, okay, at this point it's gonna be NiP winning it.
Yeah,
because you have an Aegis on the Morph, and you have a Pugna with a Blink, and we've seen Supreme time and time again be incredible when it comes to micro plays, right? So he's just gonna blink out of the chrono, or even if he doesn't, he has Avenge. But then what ends up happening, you start running away, and in that like mess, let's call it, 3 of your heroes get caught. If their 3 heroes don't get caught like that, they can actually go back to the high ground, reset, and even continue with that push. But you make a slight misplay, there's the Void, he's punishing you, and again, the game is out of your control.
We do get what we wanted as well, though, boys. We get another great game of Dota,
you know
the third game the whole way through. Why are you?
Because I'm thinking like, so OG wins.
Okay.
Only NIGMA versus OG seed tomorrow. One tiebreaker. If NiP win, we get the bigger tie breaks. You know, do you want less Dota or more Dota?
So you're trying to say we want more Dota, so we want OG to win?
Yeah, less OG, more OG. Huh? Yeah.
He's saying he wants NIP to win.
You want NIP to win then? Okay, now I'm with you.
Yeah,
now I'm
there we go. You're picking up what I'm putting down. I'm the man of the people. Everyone wants to watch these boys play.
Yes, we do want more Dota, right? But
yeah, of course.
I mean, you also don't want OG to be in that situation where you're potentially eliminated as well. So depends which side of the fence you sit on, mate.
Yeah, but that's where you think about it. The
here we go.
Right? If it's just OGC by themselves, you know, like think about like the whole family aspect of it. You know, you got like the big team, little team. It's a family, right? Like the father and the son. The son wants to fight a war. You know, he wants to bring his dad. You bring the dad into the tiebreakers. OG like beats him down, and then OGC come in after to a beaten guy, and then just goes yeah. And then kicks them down as well. And then suddenly, NIGMA in last place. So it's the family package. OG will enable Seed to then get NIGMA in last place. Yep, there you go. 2 beats 1.
Okay,
I don't know who's worse, what we had with Harry freaking his massive spiel, or what you just tried to put in my head of this abusive relationship sort of thing.
It's a family fighting.
Yeah, but it means the dad still has to beat up the child.
No, but like
we don't want to be talking about that.
But
it's really good. That's awesome.
He said this is positive.
To be clear, NIGMA's another adult, all right? So it's like a father beating up like another dude, and then like the kid comes in at the end and then just kicks him in the shin.
Oh, okay. I actually understood that you said that OG was gonna slap OG Seed, and then they are gonna evolve.
No. They're playing together here. Like,
okay.
They're keeping their.
Yeah, no. I was kind of on his train and thinking like, so OG just comes and goes, see you later, Seed, and you just beat up a child, and then you find NIGMA, you just knock them down as well, and then Seed eventually knocks out NIGMA, and that's where you were going with it. And I was getting very worried what was going through your head at this point. You were painting some horrible pictures in my head to you, I'll be honest. So let's have a look at this draft, right? I think that's probably the safest route to go than where the madness might go at this point with it all.
One day we'll have a Dota boxing match. We just need 2 personalities to call themselves out.
I'll do it.
All right.
Let's go.
No, but we need. No offense, lads, but we need like the puppies versus X, or like the Eternal Envy versus I don't know, who's another random guy we can call out. That like weirdly would not fight but could look. No, but like that's a great topic actually. Weird Dota personalities that could like shouldn't fight.
Oh,
could fight.
I know one. Kyle versus Blitz.
Who'd win that? I think Blitz would dump.
Yeah, I think Blitz would win that as well. Sorry, Kyle.
Kyle would do great in like the press interviews, you know.
Be doing the talking bit, of course.
Like he's like muscling up in the face, like, oh, look at me. But then he gets to the fight, and his knees would buckle, and Blitz would just go, boop.
I reckon we should put Harry and Liz versus each other because
What?
On the undercard, yeah.
What?
Because you both go to the gym, right? You're both pretty tough dudes, but you're like the taller, slender one, and he's like the more bulky, beefy guy. I'm down to see that.
He's smaller than me. A lot smaller than me.
Doesn't matter.
What?
You'll be fine. Put you in the same weight category.
You have to battle for survival.
It's not about height.
All right.
I was hoping I get Banks, but okay.
That would be really unfair. Look how much heavier I am than you, and I'm trained. This really wouldn't work out well.
See?
Really?
Exactly. I've started the conversation. I'll be like the.
So fights go in weight categories, right?
Yeah, I know how fights go.
So that's what I mean. Like it'd be really unfair to put me against you.
What I go in my usual weight, I'm in the top category of the boxing, 91 plus.
You're 90. I would never put you as 91.
I was
It's the
90s.
cardigan, man, the
I
cardigan.
was on a diet now, so
Okay.
maybe I'm not. But my normal weight is like 95.
Well, we got our first picks out,
Yeah.
so we'll get back onto that. But
Yeah.
I just found out that Harry Freak is a lot heavier than what I ever gave him credit for.
He's just dense.
Yeah, it's just all that muscle built up on him. See?
I was hoping you pick up like the British version.
No,
of
I'm not going
dense.
to put him. I'm not going to say stupid. Don't worry.
Oh,
I'm not going
okay, at
down
least you
that.
picked up.
I know
That
what you're
was a joke,
saying.
by the way, but-
I'm being nice, thanks. Yeah. We just already hindered him
That
on
was
this.
meant to be like one of our moments, man. We were meant to have that little moment together.
Right, it's a Phoenix for
Didn't call
Nip.
you
Get
stupid, Harry
talking,
Freak.
you two.
Yeah,
Do your job.
let's talk about the draft, less about fighting, less love. We all hug each other. We don't fight. Maybe.
All right. Anyway, more importantly,
Never gonna end.
First pick, Shadow Demon. Second pick has Phoenix. Currently deciding where they want to go with the Phoenix. Again, knowing Nip.
Axe.
Oh yeah, axe. That's it. It's either Mars. or
boys.
Axe. We got the axe just there.
So
up
Nip
on the
win.
candles.
There we go. Job's a
I
good
like this. Like I said, last game, at least to me, Nip looked like the better team. They were outdrafted, they played really well, they were running circles around their opponent. Now they just get a stable draft, Axe, stable offlaner, Phoenix, good team fight, good laning. So you tick all your boxes and you're gonna win the game. Even though this OG lineup is not to be underestimated, there's just so many things that are going against them. Ping being the main one, Seb. I see him playing pubs, so he's definitely back, but not in his top form. So Nip, get the normal draft and you got this. So this is a really good start. OG, again, same opening, worked well for them last game, though this time you don't have a Dark Willow and a really free Oracle game. So we're gonna see how it pans out.
Why are you chuckling, Tigo?
I'm just, enjoying the experience that is OG versus Nip. I'm just enjoying the moment. Thanks, just enjoying the moment.
You're trying to work it out.
Yeah, trying to see. Again, OG, they have their staple bans. They ban out the Supreme Puck. Got to show it respect. Of course, they know how first phase it, but second phase, I think, especially when you only have one ban, you need to really understand what you're doing, and just a nice ban. The question though for OG is, are you going to go for the Oracle again? Is it banned out? I don't think it is. Yeah. So are they just going to go for the same draft pretty much, even though you have the Axe, which obviously can be annoying, but yeah,
It's a good Oracle game.
yeah, it's still a very great Oracle game, I think. The issue there is they currently don't have egg hitters, so you're playing more into the fact that you want to be able to kind of do what they did in that first game, which is we'll run at you, punish your cooldowns. Like if Phoenix doesn't have egg, if it has egg, we're scared. But other than that, it's this Pugna pick, which is it's the question mark for me though in this draft, because they've already locked in their heroes pretty much, their lanes. It's not like they can maybe flex it to a different position.
So they're showing their hand a lot more this time.
Yeah, potentially here the Phoenix could still be your 5, but with an Axe Phoenix type draft, you normally have that as just your 3-4.
Okay.
So in my eyes, it's this Pugna to me, unless they do some weird swap around, it will most likely be your mid. And to me, that's kind of concerning because you only see 2 heroes, and Pugna doesn't fare that well against any aggressive, any hero that can park in front of a tower. We saw Alliance play against the Weeha Pugna. He tries to move to bot tower, Centaur's there. He then tries to go top tower, Centaur TP's top, charges at them. And for example, Centaur in this game is actually very good against Phoenix. You don't actually have any lockdown right now outside of Axe Call. You get Stampede on Centaur, see ya, you're out of the fight.
Yeah, I can see that working. And he really does well with both these heroes. You have a lot of lockdown. You can burst the Pugna up. You go for a Lycan.
Yeah, if I think OG just win the draft here if Nip doesn't pick a stun and then OG picks Centaur, I think this draft is pretty much like 80-20 to OG if these things happen.
But you were feeling like that last game as well.
I was, but then I realized that I completely forgot during that draft. I kind of mentioned the idea that Nip have to play really well to be able to like own the map and stuff. And then I realized like these guys played really damn well. So I kind of like diluted my opinion in that draft. After it, I was like, oh wait, hold on, I shouldn't have probably been so like on one side. But in this situation, I know Nip play really well. My fear is like, I've just seen it with NIGMA, where they have an axe, they have no stuns, you shut down the axe, you kill him 2-3 times like OG did against them, and then suddenly you have no game because your only way of taking a fight is pretty much collapsed because he's died 3 times.
Yeah, but what kind of a stun would you want? And are you really going to be able to shut down this axe when you have a Lycan lane? Those are the concerns for me. I understand your point, but
I'd like a Conquer type hero, you know? Like always put pressure on the Lycan, it gives you that tankiness to eat through maybe that initial scare factor of the SD +1 or something, and then you've always got like a really solid combo. You get the call, you layer it with boat. If they go on the egg, you got boat to cover that as well, like a soft save. Like there's so many ways. Yeah, I think please just pick some stuns in it, for the love of God, stop teasing me.
But OG actually has an option to pick a 4th pick Undying here, which is insane.
That's very true. They do.
Which is insane. Nip again cannot pick illusion-based heroes. And we have a Lycan, and who can actually make his lane good? It's gonna be an Undying. Do you have anything to hit the Tombstone? No, you don't. And can you pick illusion heroes to hit the Tombstone? You cannot, because you're playing against a Lesh. So
yeah, it's this is a nice spot. I think some teams really have started utilizing the Lesh pick a little bit more, where it's like you pick Lesh, they instantly react to it, and then you can cover it. And this is now like they've got a stun. Single target stun, but a stun nonetheless. They got a way of moving forward. It's the same kind of what they were doing that first game, but they've elevated the amount of push they have. So now they actually have DK and Pugna. So when they move to an objective, the DK will park himself in front of the tower. Pugna will play behind, and then your Axe Phoenix will play in the trees and do that reinitiating.
Is Timber in the pool?
Yes, it is. It's a pretty darn good Timber game. 3 strength heroes and no damage. You rely on only Vessel to kill him, so...
Which they have a Phoenix who can build it, but it's still gonna be a support, not gonna come out too early. I mean, I see Timber and I see Undying, and I think both of them would work really good for OG. Both of them are really good against strength heroes. We have a lot of them.
Hey, back to the Oracle.
Okay, definitely a pick I can stand behind, but I would have wanted to see one of those two. Definitely against
these guys.
We
threw about 3 darts there, mate, and we missed all of them. So we're not going to be professional darts.
We did mention Oracle earlier. Yeah, you mentioned it very at the beginning of the draft. I'll give you guys that.
That's the first one.
See?
Was that really a dart, though? That was more like, they might go for Oracle again. Same draft. Whoop. Yeah,
I'm trying to help you out, you know.
I'm taking the win.
Giving you a lifeline.
Lifelines, they're for the weak. You need to make a real prediction.
So what does Nip do here, right? What position do they put themselves in? Because OG's going to have the last pick. They are missing a lot from what you guys are saying. So how do they round this off?
So even though I kind of beat down on Nip's draft a bit, they have the way I described their draft just a second ago, I really like that approach, right? It's the DK, move to tower, Pugna as well, reinitiation. The concern you have is simply if OG makes the first move and starts running at you, how are you stopping this outside of your Axe having items? And if, like, for example, Blink or anything like this. And if OG shuts down this Axe that they have already shown that they can do, then that's the difficult spot. So for Nip, it's pretty much deciding what their roles are, because with the DK pick, it could be your carry with your Pugna mid-Axe offlane, still looking to pick up your pods 5, maybe. Like, it's all round the place there. But they have last pick. So let's look more at OG. For OG, they need an offlaner. I still like Centaur. I think Centaur's great. I love Centaur.
Why Centaur? So you can run away from the egg?
No, sure, you can run away from the egg, but also you just always jump onto this Pugna.
Oh, okay.
It gives you that stun, the aura buyer. He can buy Pipe if needed. He can buy the Crimson if needed. Ags as well. Like, there's not a lot of big damage on Nip. So if you get one aura buying hero, you pretty much can scale into the late game because he will always keep you alive. And this Lycan, he'll be your get out free or get out of jail clause.
I mean, I still kind of like the Timber.
Yeah, Timber as well. Basically, any beefcake that can soak up the map a little bit to enable the Lycan get into his items, and the Leshrac get maybe 1 or 2 items, should win. Okay, they go Monkey.
I've got some new stories to
Solid.
Okay, wait.
Sure.
So it's an off-lane Lesh, right?
Maybe. Flexible. Lycan technically could be off lane. Lesh could be off lane. Monkey King will most likely be mid because the DK part. But this is where Nip kind of has the advantage to some degree because they can put the DK in the safe lane. They put the Pug in the mid.
But you weren't a fan of Pug in the mid before?
Yeah, not really. Not this game. There's too much like run at you. Like Monkey King and Lycan, if they play together, just collapse.
Ooh.
This is a very good Storm game. No stuns, can always jump them. Supports are like underwhelming. It's a very good Storm game. But again, the issue is how do you really stop them pushing your towers? Because you don't. And if Monkey King has a decent time, starts setting the tempo, you play off the Necrobook timing, Axe doesn't have a good game, still have the same factor. Like your Axe needs items, your Storm needs items, your DK, he feels tanky but not too tanky. So
Axe needs to have a good game for an IP, definitely. And DK is gonna have the good game anyways. Storm, Monkey King matchup, it goes okay for the Storm, but the Monkey King can crush him sometimes. So I said if I see Nip having any chance after the draft to win the game, I'd go for them. And I actually, with the Storm pick, think they do because they have ways to get into the backline to get this Oracle. So if Axe has a good lane, NIP, I think they're winning this.
yeah.
T-Gov, what are you thinking then?
Yeah, Nip does eventually become like an unkillable ball and like a will fall off, but I feel like OG should just be able to own the map early enough and just put the pressure on, and I think they should close this out with a little bit of a comeback and take it 2-1.
Ooh, okay. So we've got a split talent desk here to work this out.
If Nip lose,
Yeah.
I'm throwing that Axe out of this studio, just gonna
You can
That's
throw
the- that's the-
you
that's
can
the
throw the
pressure.
axe. You can throw the axe and see what
Thanks.
happens.
Thank
But you know what happens, right?
we
When
have the
there's-
boxing match. Let's go.
No, we're not getting back to that. It's all peace and love around here. When you've got an axe and when you've got a DK, we know that you're going to win. That's it, right? That's the unwritten rule that we're putting down here.
Banks logic there.
See, there you
Thank
go. Don't trust my logic at home. Please don't. I don't want you to lose games and blame me for it. We should go to people that know what they're talking about, though. It's going to be Lyrical and Trent one more time. And maybe you guys believe in my axe and DK side of things. Or maybe you just think I've lost my mind as we get later on into the day. Take it away, lads.
Those two are not mutually exclusive, Banks. You can have lost your mind, and also I can believe in you. But I'm picking up. I like the Axe and DK. What about you, Trent? How you feeling?
Axe is a very polarizing pick. He's one of the more like feast or famine kind of heroes I feel like we have right now, where sometimes he just has this laning stage that you just get a couple kills and it suddenly just feels like you can't contest him anymore. And he can either choose to cut the wave when he feels like it, or he can just dive you under the tower when he feels like it. And I do think Phoenix is still a very strong partner to have. Ever since like the Skywrath Mage got nerfed a little bit too much to be that good as a partner, Phoenix has kind of replaced the role. And even with the Spirits getting nerfed, there's still such a strong combination in terms of the overall harassment in the lane.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic too, because I think that it was like Phoenix and Legion and Phoenix and Axe that were the two really strong combos before, where you look at that and you're just like, oh my god, how are we going to deal with it? And now you see NIP.
They preemptively tipped him for this.
This is pretty good. The root comes out. They're going to build up the stacks, and they had an idea of where the strong lane was coming from, and now they're going to punish. And of all people, Sox are going to be the one that picks up the kill.
And Axe misjudged.
I love
good.
that.
How many runes will they get out of it, though? Because they're going to make a counter rotation top and just say, okay, go flex. Like, let's go steal all of their runes now. So it'll still probably be a 2 for 2.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Seb, it's pretty hard. I mean, by the same token, it's hard for them to go in and like mess around too much with Seb.
Yeah, actually, because now Mid-One's made his way back here, so it's actually fine. 3 for 1.
Right. Easy peasy for OG. It's a great start for them. They managed to, unfortunately, lose out there on, well, get First Blood and then also get all those runes. Interesting thing that we're seeing here also, the off-lane Lycan. So that was something the panel had said that they could hypothetically do, putting more priority on mid one, just having that, no ping, no problem heroes in the Leshrac, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, they had a ton of flexibility coming at the end, right? They kind of have like 3 heroes that have gone mid relatively recently between like the Lycan, the Leshrac, and the Monkey King. So, gonna start the harass right away on Seneko. Good body blocks here as well from Seb. Almost got them a lot more damage onto our little Pugna, but at least it's room for Charlie.
Yeah. So he'll be able to get some nice farm. That's something that we hadn't talked about a ton either. The safe lane DK. I think that it was a little bit of a revelation that was going on as Seneko is going to put some hurt here onto Saksa. It already has the boots. But the safe lane DK feels like it was very, very popular right before this tournament. I don't know if it was still going on during the duration of it, but Charlie there able to take down one of those wolves and so far has had a nice time in this lane against Seb.
Yeah, it's just a position 1 that is very difficult to pressure and opens up like various support heroes as well, like maybe weaker support heroes like this Pugna, who distinctly got nerfed trying to kill the hero out of this role, I think, recently.
Down bottom, Sumail gets level 2 and throws out a lot of harassment there onto the Axe and Phoenix. I guess that is one problem, is that if you're going up against a Monkey King, it feels pretty bad as an Axe. As top lane, Seneko still getting up aggro with Saksa, throws out the Nether Blast, almost able to find the kill, but not quite enough.
Even with Brown Boots, Shadow Demon is only 5 movement speed faster than this Pugna. So if Seneko gets that movement speed at any time soon, it's going to be even more worrisome for Saksa. But Saksa gets the double stack off. Very nice. That's what you got to do when you pick this hero. If No-Tail's going to be playing bottom, you know he's yelling at him up top to make sure the stacks are being done. Saksa also a bit of a theme there on that, but perhaps an opportunity for NIP as well. They have lots of stack clearing heroes as well, and in fact, they kind of have more than OG, so yeah. They might have to watch out for any infiltration there. Surely mid 1 will just be cleaning them up though when he can.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, it is a little bit scary though, because as you mentioned, you know, they know the Shadow Demon's in the offlane. They know there's the potential to stack. It's going to be something on their minds. On NIP as bottom lane, Saberlight pulling in this creep wave, gets a little bit of extra movement speed in the jump away from No-Tail, but you can see he's not having a great time on this Axe, sort of forced to pull the creep wave around.
And Saksa's back again too. Like, I feel like a lot of teams started warding for this, and then it just kind of stopped, but he's gonna get it again. I think he was fast enough. Yeah, there. Oh no, that one pesky little troll. It's all right though, he got one of the camps.
Unfortunate. Yeah. As you said, able to pick up one of those stacks there. Top side, they actually lose the Oracle. He Purifying Flames himself. And then that brought him low enough that the Battle Hunger killed him. Or no, the neutral creep, excuse me. Never mind. Yeah, he just wanted to head back to lane quicker.
Yeah, let's say it was intentional. Probably just bought out his boots first.
That does mean Saberlight can come back here. Feel free to clear through that small camp as well as the creep wave.
Yeah, he needs this. He's pretty far behind. He was at 8 CS before this, so trying to catch back up. Sumail also getting pressured up, but I think a salve's coming in from No-Tail right now. Yeah, we'll take this tower damage, though.
Thinking about jumping onto Saberlight. Not quite in range, but he can count up to 4. Saberlight tries to get the walk away. The stun comes out. The slow damage over time, it's not enough. So Saberlight, again, able to escape with his life.
He's everything, though. But that courier's coming with a salve and a bracer.
Damn. Oh, mid lane.
Very
damn.
Nice.
What a rotation from the Shadow Demon.
That's again, that kind of comes down to like all the stacking too, though, because he's just been like moving back and stacking at the minute mark. So even if they know that's happening, then they kind of have an idea of what he's doing. You might not predict that movement to the mid lane. I assume he must have smoked, judging by where that ward is for NIP. So I'll probably just get caught out there and killing the storm before 6.
He's actually going to go for the clearing out the stacks himself on the Shadow Demon as mid lane. Oh, mid 1. Gotta be careful. The slowdown comes in, but it's not quite enough damage. So yeah, getting some nice.
He's getting pinged by mid 1 right now. There you go. Nice. Leave my bottle. When you touch that bounty rune.
He didn't even stack the other camp.
He was trying to get the bounty rune. I'll give him that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Seneko. So now they're warding for it. They blocked the camp.
An Axe goes down bottom. Sumail makes the rotation over, and I think that he should be able to jump back in time to not even miss any creeps here.
Yeah, this is why Monkey is one of the better heroes versus Axe in lane, because he doesn't have to make that choice of like, okay, do I farm under the tower or do I actually try and contest and kill this Axe? He can do both without missing too much of the farm, or at least he can always be threatening that from the Axe's perspective.
Right.
So yeah, I would say that's the problem. This Axe like really needed a fast start. Like I wanted him like top of the net worth kind of deal for this to be a good game.
Lane?
Oh,
Yeah,
got
dude.
him again.
Damn. So yeah, not going good for the Axe, also not going good for the Storm. What's the reasoning that the Saberlight needs to come online so quick?
I don't know. Hold on. Let me just check this ping here. Yeah, it's still up there. It's still 200 actually. His ping's gone up, and Mid One's crushing it even harder. The reasoning is that like his mid game is pretty bad. There's natural Yule's builder. There's disruption save. There's false promise save. There's just bad news stuff. Even just like long range interruption stuff like the boundless strike. If he's not a super farmed Axe, he's just gonna be a really sad Axe. This can't be just like the phase blink Axe, or what's he even setting up for? Like, he already has a blink hero. He has a DK. This is the guy that usually goes double brace or blink. So I don't know if that means they're gonna have to augment the build of Charlie into like some Maelstrom build or something, but they're gonna need more sustained and consistent damage throughout this team fight if this Axe isn't like a total beefcake. Snako is just like kind of pelting at Seb here while he tries to farm.
I mean, it's helping him. Seneko was level 2 when all that started. Now he's getting his way up there a little bit. Hasn't had a wonderful time on the Pugna, but you do see that here, getting a little bit of pressure onto Supreme. Mid One shows up. Does have the jump away if he wants to use it. Mid One could fake a stun if he wants, but still trying to run away. Supreme does manage to get out before Mid One kills him again.
Even just forcing all that mana burn just means that it's going to be harder for him to stick around and keep trying to invade in the jungle like that.
Yeah. Well, 4-0 start. OG looking really good. Started with the bounty runes. Now we're here. Where next? Saberlight. He got some jelly for himself. That's something.
No, he gave one to the Storm.
Oh no, he didn't actually take one for himself actually. Oh no, no, it's Supreme yet again. Goes down. Mid One is going to be able to live through this, disrupting Charlie. So the level 6 rotation from the Dragon Knight does not bear fruit, and in fact, they kill the Storm again.
Not sure what his next play is. Who can he just like easily pick off?
The Storm?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. That's a really good question.
Like, they need some sort of a smoke up play to get this guy back into it. Either that or the Axe just needs to start like running at mid lane. Saksa is just threatening again. He's like, come on.
He has had an amazing game. Already almost level 6 at 8 minutes. You know, from starting out earlier, taking that stack, building some more of them up, and you know, now he's even soaking experience away from Supreme. Gets the disruption off. Dude, he's dead again. The combo comes out, and they're going to bring it down the Storm Spirit for a 4th time. He has 4 of his team's 6 deaths.
Team? I mean, they don't have the best rotators. Like, Phoenix can be okay if there's turnaround potential, because, like, the dive and the fire spirits, but when you're just overwhelmed like this, does not really have a great saving mechanism. And now Mid One is showing no fear up here. Hey, Snako might be gone, too.
At this point in time, 9 minutes into the game, Saksa is almost ahead of the Storm Spirit in terms of net worth. He is 30 gold behind him, 130 gold behind him. Like, he is having an amazing game on the Shadow Demon, and Supreme is not. Supreme is really not.
They also have someone who is just completely free farming in the Monkey King.
Right.
You know, this is a 303 Leshrac, and the 101 Monkey King is toe-to-toe in terms of the net worth as well. So, like, you got one guy who's just going around making the plays, getting these kills, and delaying the enemy team, as Mid One tends to do. And then you Sumail just cleaning up the creeps. He's going to hold that outpost, but there's no rotations. So they're just going to keep the one up top and split the XP at the 10-minute mark.
Okay. Much needed for NIP. They've got to get something going. I mean, levels are a whole nother thing also.
They just want someone to contest bottom so that Supreme can zip bump them. That's like their dream right now.
Yeah.
But there's wards directly under the Pugna and the Storm right now.
OG will not oblige in making their dream happen. And I mean, you look at like the rest of these heroes too. Seb, you know, he's already got the Helm of the Dominator done and is well on his way towards his Necro book. They've got 3 different purges in this game once they get Necro 3 online with Shadow Demon, Oracle, and then also the Necrobook purge. Like,
Yeah,
Pugna's
and
not
then
gonna do anything.
yeah, the Pugna saves are not that great. It's like Life Drain will be his saving tool this game, but
Oh, no
Tail
tail.
wants to make sure there wasn't an observer up there. Their own ward got sentried, so he wanted to make sure there wasn't an obs.
Got it. I mean, when your Oracle can make that move and still just get away without having to use False Promise, it's going really well for OG right now.
Yeah, that was pretty depressing looking. Guy just walked away.
Damn.
Well, we've all seen games where Storm is able to turn around deficits like this. I mean, Sumail especially, I'm sure, has, played that Storm. And Supreme has played pretty spectacularly today, so perhaps he can do it with the assistance of his teammates.
Root onto Supreme, forces the zip away for a moment. I mean, any little initiation like that with this lineup from OG can just turn tragic so quickly as Seb gets pulled away before he can take over the outpost. Now Era moving into the area as well.
I think.
Has the hoof stomp though. Interrupt
really
the
doesn't
chase.
want
But I think he's dead.
It's so greedy.
Yeah, that was greedy, definitely. And he'll be punished for it. So NIP get on the board, 7-1. Yeah, give him the tip. You earned that.
He definitely could have ulted over there, but it just felt like it wasn't worth it. I guess he probably just thought that the Centaur stomp would be enough to save him. It's also a very long cooldown.
Down bottom. Charlie gonna die. The life drain from Seneko.
Save, bro.
Just go ahead and try and kill me. Dude, Seb is so happy that they're getting this on the return. But the Supernova down, No Tail in some trouble. False promises mid one to keep him alive. Does he have any way to survive through the burst that's coming out? Supreme getting brought low. Saksa, he has the disruption save. And Leshrak is going to live through that initial burst, and Sumail comes in. The turnaround is there. They'll kill off the Shadow Demon, but they will lose the axe. 4,000 gold lead for OG.
I feel like Left Track just took like... Oh, he got Purifying Flames first. Okay, that makes more sense. I was wondering like why he just popped the ulti on him like that.
Yeah. Well, it worked.
Yeah, on the other side, they have no way to deal with that, do they? They're not going to have any dispels.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like it.
Oh, big kill mid.
They can get him, but No Tail there for the moment. Yule Scepter keeping him alive, taking the damage off the runaway mid one, barely living, thinking about chasing. They find the angle, misses on the stun, but Seb, he's going to come help to clean up at the end. And even when it's looking good for NIP, it all falls apart. Okay, Sumail's a little insane, and he might have just died. They pull him back in, and they are going to get the kill on Sumail. So OG now with their overextension, everybody else has to run away. They don't quite get the call onto Seb, but it looks like that should be the end of it. Although Saksa might be able to kill off Charlie. No, it's only 4 stacks.
I think Sumail is using this league as a new conditioning tool for his opponent. He just wants every team to know that at any moment he will jump you. Like, he has no regard for his own life at all. That has been proved time and time again, from the Queen of Pain to the Faceless Void and now the Monkey King. That guy just goes in.
Yeah.
He's really embracing the OG spirit.
Maybe it's like a testament to the patch too. He's like, these kills don't matter at all, so I'm just gonna die over and over. And
Give me the tower.
Yeah, they're committing for it. Mid one, Diabolic Edict. Oh, good stun comes out there, and mid one decreps himself for the moment. Another round of the Supernova save coming in yet again. They're trying to kill it off. The egg will drop. All the damage coming out from mid one. They have the heals. Saksa's gonna go down, but so too will Saberlight, and they couldn't kill the pesky Lesh, who again lives through it all. 407.
Okay, so what happened there? I'm pretty sure Sumail would have died, but he moved away on the axe, and then his attack range outranges the counter helix.
Oh.
Which is kind of a dumb interaction.
That's insane, yeah.
Because I was like, why isn't he spinning enough? Sumail's so low. And then just like, oh yeah, no, it's just 275 radius. Buff axe?
I think so. Yeah, just get it 20% bigger, you know? That'll make it fine. Or just nerf Monkey King. Also, I would be okay with that attack range not being that big,
I
personally.
mean, it helped that he had the broom handle too.
Yeah,
Up
that's
to
fair.
335.
Yeah, that's fair enough. 5,000 gold lead now, 14-5. And still OG hold on to their tier 1 tower mid. They're not giving that one up anytime soon. They're looking so good here in this game number 3.
Supreme hasn't died in a while.
Hey.
You got that going for him. I thought it was like a long time ago when No Tail last killed him.
Yeah. Oh, they're baiting this down bottom. Supreme thinking that they were off on the other side. He finds him there. And what was that?
Got him again.
Why did he do that? He's out of mana now. Supreme? Hello? I don't know. That was interesting.
Did he zip back in? I wasn't paying. I just saw him zipping away, cutting the trees.
He was just out of mana. Era dies to mid 1. And now Seb is also going to eat up Seneko. That's 3 dead across the map. NIP kind of just falling apart over the last couple of minutes, and OG are gladly going to take the win on that one as, well, Saberlight, he gets found yet again. He was going on to No Tail trying to play aggressively, but Sumail comes in, is going to try and put the stop to that. One more Purifying Flames, though, gets the kill. And now Charlie, he's the one who's going to be up front center, pops the ulti. No Tail tries to run away, and he should be able to make his way out of there. The long range zip, No Tail false promises himself. They got the control. Can he TP out afterwards? Doesn't have a TP available on Oracle. So No Tail will eventually die.
They have committed to 100% putting farm on our Storm Spirit. They went for the blink on the DK. Of course, it is the most common item, but I'm concerned over the fact that their axe also only has naked blink, and their DK now has soul ring blink. So it's all on Supreme right now. This would be such a big kill.
Oh my god, and he's dead again. Oh, dude, a tip comes out. Dude, you caster cursed him. He immediately died twice back to back after you said he hasn't been dying much.
Well, you know.
It's the way. It's the way we do it.
It's not the way you need it when it's completely, again, on him. Like when Saberlight finishes his blink, I feel like nothing changes, and he's been working on it this whole game.
Yeah. Can't just get bursted. Especially the Shadow Demon. Like, that to me is one of the scariest things, where you just soul catcher him and like so much of his HP is gone.
It's just you have double blinks on. I mean, Axe is like kind of AoE initiation, but people aren't as bad at Dota as they used to be. So like, it's usually only one person that gets called. I feel like.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, everyone's not just like clumped running around holding hands anymore in a conga line.
Unless they're in the Roche pit.
That's true.
He just got his blink. This is the moment where you wish you could glyph Roche, but that doesn't work. So Roche is going to go down, and that is going to be OG claiming another victory for themselves, just as NIP finish their items to try and fight.
Pretty big bait though. They have Supreme just killing warriors. They're all smoked around them.
Yeah,
like maybe they'll try us. I don't know if I'd want to fight this Aegis though.
no, it's scary. Yeah, they can't really do much there. But OG, with this lineup, they take towers really quickly.
Oh, they got that illusion though.
He's feeling good about himself. It's good to have a laugh. Needed it. So, back up top. All of OG grouped together, ready to go high ground. They ping him out. They know that the Monkey King's up there.
Yeah, Sumail's trying to scout for where the Axe could be lurking as well.
Sumail gets down to the low ground. That makes the initiation a little bit harder. Battle Hunger. They've got a blink call ready if they want to use it. Does he go for the opening? There's going to be the combo out with the Supernova, but the disruption to take away the Axe. The stun is there onto Sumail, still being healed up through all of this. And with that wearing off, it is going to be a walk away, and well, they can go again if they need to. Although there's no false promise, but I don't know if it matters.
There's also no ag though. I feel like you just use the disruption and go.
Yeah, possibly. Oh, dude. Seb is just chasing Charlie over in the trees while the rest of OG is going high ground. They don't have their Lycan here for this fight. Trying to control him for the moment. Saberlight just getting completely destroyed yet again. Stun is there onto Supreme. That is a tier 3 tower and probably more as, well, they tip him back. Or
That's the fact that Seb just chases the DK. He's like, yeah, I know I can't kill you, but now you can't blink, can't get back to your team. I don't know if he had like a centaur maybe nearby, but it looked like he also couldn't TP.
Right. Well, they definitely took that building. They took them all. Mid one's not even really bothering to leave as the rest of OG and Sumail chasing down Charlie yet again.
That's just the ping. You think they're all still there.
Ooh, good blink away. That was close. Now runs into Snako, life drain, jump back in, why not? How you doing, buddy? Nice decrypt. Yeah, Sumail just kills him off again. 22-6, this is a complete and total stomp at this point. OG have definitely made the comeback happen in this series.
Pretty painfully, as that's a Deso onto a Phoenix with 3 armor. Yeah. Not even time to dive away.
It's getting ripped up. So 23-6, 15,000 gold lead. OG trying to close this one out off the back. Sumail Monkey King. Seb just beating away at the towers, going back to work, hitting them.
All right, Saberlight, how many spins can you get? They're pretty clumped.
Let's see if they can do it. They're looking for an opening. Phoenix buys back, has Supernova available. They need the combo right here and right now. It ain't gonna look that pretty. As the control of the jump in, they dive. Saberlight, oh, he's disrupted. So much damage out onto the poor old axe. Saberlight is gonna die. They are taking down all of the buildings. Seb continuing to just beat into Supreme. The big bad wolf is gonna gobble up Charlie, and that's GG. OG gonna take the series 2-1. We are not gonna be sent to the tiebreakers, they say.
Aha!
The younger
They want
team.
their day off, you know?
Well, I guess, you know, they're also relegated. I guess they won't be performing in the playoffs anyway, will they?
No, they have
They
a
have a
longer
lot of
break.
games off to look forward to now.
But yeah, not getting relegated is a win there for OG after a tough start. But they've definitely looked good. Over the past couple of days, it feels like they've kind of got their feet back underneath them. So it's good to see.
Yeah, playing with an incomplete roster, ping disadvantage, you know, no one's really expecting too much from them at this point. Just happy to watch a lot of these players play.
Absolutely. Well, after that, game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head back to the panel, see what they thought as we end out the final day of the real group stage, and tiebreaker is going to continue on tomorrow, unless I'm wrong.
You are not wrong at all. Lyrical and Trent, thank you very much for your commentary across that very fast third game there. OG came out and said, no, we're not doing the tiebreaker. We're not going for that. We're going to go straight in. Now, you guys said, right, Harry, you were a little bit more on the side of what Nip could do this time around. T-Gov went for OG, but your logic worked in sense of what you were showing. Hey, leave my axe alone. Where would you?
I'll put it back.
The
Don't
axe,
worry.
yeah, he may have suffered, right?
For now.
Sumail's,
Watch out. What a useless hero, honestly. And the Storm. I like how they instantly switched that, but...
I see
so
how it is.
underwhelming. Look at him. He's just laying there. This pathetic hero, honestly. Oh,
Okay.
upsetting.
Okay,
Go on, sorry.
okay. Let's get back to the game. Like
This guy.
we were talking about our potential boxing matches that are never gonna happen. So we actually, okay. Yo, T-Gov.
Oh, okay. T-Gov, right? I'm gonna make sure you're gonna have a bad old time, buddy. You're gonna have a bad old time.
Okay, so we actually didn't think about how OG is gonna lane this, and they laned it perfectly. We said X needs to have a good game. Okay, put Monkey King against him. We have a DK in the safe lane. What does he do? The DK actually sustains quite a lot, but he doesn't bully anyone, so they can put the Lycan there. He's gonna have a good time. They're gonna trade farm, and then you have Lash in mid against the Storm, which goes either way, but when Shadow Demon rotates...
The main
it's
thing, the main thing is they literally hit the timings they needed, and also the fact that Supreme, unfortunately, he normally has these standout games, making these rotations, but he just died after death after death after death in mid lane. Some of them were his own doing, trying to go aggressive, trying to come back, but as soon as your Storm has not had a game, and then again it's that recovery mode factor with the axe, and that's why I don't really like him too much, it then pretty much is OG just running over them. So it was a sad game to watch, but it just showed how OG, they can execute so beautifully, and it was... I don't know what to say. I'm just kind of like, I'm happy.
This is why OG are who they are, though, right? Because even when their backs are up against the wall, even when they've had a pretty awful group stage by all things that they've been able to achieve, all the issues they've had to deal with, when it matters, when they're trying to avoid a game like elimination, they shine when it comes to it.
Exactly. And I think after the second game, I tried to make it clear, I was like, we shouldn't really talk about the draft because the game in itself had moments of brilliance from both teams.
Definitely.
And also, to some degree, clownliness and weird stuff, right? But this game, it's the complete opposite in my opinion. It literally is the draft and the fact that you can never really muster anything, and that it's so easy. EG? They're not even playing in this. It's so easy.
It's having flashbacks to Samel, you know, all
exactly.
in your head.
Oh, like, exactly. Yeah, damn. It's like Harry Freak said. Sorry. It's the fact that you have the laning setup from OG that simplifies their approach to the game, and then it's like you don't even have to think about how does Nip come back into it because the laning setup is so strong. It's just all the time recovery mode, and we've seen time and time again your pathetic little axe that you have there in the corner. Recovery mode is not his strong suit. Please go look at his.
You do realise, right? I'm looking after my boy here.
Look at him, he's tiny because he doesn't do anything. He does no lifting.
We're gonna lay the smack down on your ass.
Do it.
You even asking for it? Okay, there we go. Got free reign.
No.
T-Gub's really put himself in a hole. It's gonna be difficult to dig yourself out of. Don't mess with the axe. We know not to mess with the axe.
You know, okay, I'll take it back on one condition: is VP picking axe or resolution? That I'd pay money to watch.
See?
But all the other lads.
I don't think
so
you're
much.
getting out of this, T. You kicked the axe right there on the carpet. And,
good, yeah, I'm happy.
And Banks took the axe, put him in his arms. He's looking at you with that death stare.
Yeah.
I think you're done for, so guys,
fine.
we're sorry. We're not going to be seeing T-Gub no more.
T-Gub's career is over.
There'll be no tears shed tonight. Do not fear.
I'm going to find myself a new coach for Dota as well. First, I was like, yep, going to get help from T-Gub. So, Harry Freak, you're up next, mate, because I'm going to have to kill this one.
Okay, given how your last coach ended up, I think I'm going to pass.
Oh, great. I'm never going to get a coach again. I killed my first one.
This stat here, by the way, this is pretty much the story of the game. When your mid lane is like that out of it, and then also when your off lane is that out of it, like
leave it.
No, I've left it. I honestly, we can't really beat on this game too much. I think it literally is. Draft is too strong. They played it flawlessly in terms of how they set it up, and it was that constant aggression, paired with the fact that Supreme was pretty much dying every other minute that we looked at mid lane. So, unfortunately, Nip just didn't have the kind of the consistency to push through.
Yeah, draft and strategy. Draft and strategy. There's nothing more. You take care of the axe. You are kind of even in the mid lane, kind of, and then you rotate Saxa. You kill the storm. Bam, you won that lane. Top lane goes even. You have 2-1 lanes. 1 lane even. You're with the Lycan Lash lineup. The game's kind of over. So, OG, they really didn't put themselves up so they can make any kind of errors. So the ping doesn't matter, nothing matters, because you set up everything as you want it, and then it's really hard for an IP to play.
Hey, tiebreakers as well. We don't have the father
your
coming
weird
to help the son.
beating that you were trying to put on.
Don't describe it like that, Banks. Come on now. It was just a father and a son outing. So now it's just going to be the Suns against NIGMA. Can OG Seed beat NIGMA in a best of 1 tomorrow? That is, I think, it's a best of 1.
And here are our standings, right? We've gone through this, but for anyone that's just tuning in now, HR, Na'Vi, VP, and VP Prodigy are going all the way through from CIS. Then Alliance, Secret, Liquid, and NIP. They still managed to make it happen. They'll be going through.
Also, isn't this bracket technically... Wait, oh no, it's right. Ignore me.
NIP
Okay,
is
let's get some playoffs on our screens, right? These are our matchups, guys. We get HR going up against NIP. Now, that's a true test for NIP early on here. Alliance set up against VP Prodigy. Prodigy have impressed us. We've enjoyed what we've seen from these guys. Can they take down the mighty Alliance? Virtus Pro versus Liquid. Well, if Virtus Pro played like they played throughout group stages, I'm a little bit scared for them, but it depends what Liquid shows up. And then we have Na'Vi taking on Team Secret. And obviously, Na'Vi, yeah, okay, you guys weren't sold on them, but they still managed to make it to playoffs. But they've got to go up against the Secret, who are oh so dominant. And we've got the lower bracket to look at as well.
What lower?
There's no lower bracket, mate.
No, he told him anyway. There we go. Wait
Well,
for
they'll
it.
just be empty, right?
Yeah, and then you go. So
Lots of TBDs.
well, that's what I mean. We're getting plenty of games.
Yeah,
You're the one who wanted more Dota, mate.
Nah, that's true, mate. I did, but
There we go. See,
that
all the
top
games.
side of the bracket though, that was the spicy side because it's like you have Nip and Prodigy,
Yeah.
both in different sides. Where it's like these are the two teams that probably were they could make it if they have a good run, but we're not going to expect anything. And they're both in that side of the bracket. So it's like cool. Now imagine if they convert that. That's in a good spot. Like honestly, I think the bottom side I think is a little bit more obvious, kind of like in gut feel, but that top side, all those games are going to be great.
And this is the thing, right? What I love about this is I'm really not a fan of single elimination when it comes to five stages. So double elim just
like
makes me more
2015
happy.
stuff, mate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Don't worry.
So the fact we have double elimination, obviously, it's very common, but I enjoy it because we even get to see if, say, teams falter at the first hurdle, if a Virtus Pro maybe struggles in their matchup potentially, if Nip just can't bring their A game, we get to see all these second chances come in and who really has the test of strength to take it all the way through. Who are your favourites, though, in the playoffs overall for this entire tournament from what you've said? I'm putting you guys on the spot.
Secret Alliance.
Ooh.
That was like the easy answer. No, that's fair though. It's probably the right answer. Honestly, those teams are the best. Sorry, I think we have to show respect to the CIS region because coming into the tournament, it was very much like EU, and then CIS. They're gonna have some teams, but we don't really expect much. But I think just the way that Hellraisers have performed, even though the end of their league, their bracket, they kind of petered off a little bit. But I think Hellraisers and I think Prodigy, they're the two teams to look out for. But I think it's going to be a lot closer in the EOCS. Even though EU still has the kind of advantage, it's not going to be as drastic as we thought.
But we still need to see it. We still need to see. This was CIS teams playing against CIS teams.
Yep.
Usually when they come to big tournaments, they don't do so well, whereas Secret always does solid in tournaments. Alliance has been looking really good. Liquid have stepped up their game so much. So this is the real test. Let's see how the CIS region really fares up to the EU. In my honest opinion, like Secret and Alliance are on top of their game. And right now, if nothing changes, they're the ones that are most likely going to take the league.
Banks, on the bracket, I didn't see OG or NIGMA. When are they playing?
They are playing at 5 p.m. CST tomorrow.
Oh, that's OG seed, but...
No, that's what I was going for it. Sorry, I thought you were trying to actually get the information out of me.
No, that was
I just did my job, mate. You really didn't hit me with that one too well. I just heard OG and went with the old OG seed thing, you know.
Oh, whatever. Let's just let it die. Please take the camera off me.
Zoom
Make him
in.
suffer. Make
Thanks
him
for
suffer. Oh, yes, we're always ready. I'm not going to dance, though, Mr. Producer, right? I've got a man I need to deal with right now. So it's time for us to get out of here. Let's bring the music on. Let's end this group stage in style. The tiebreakers between OG Seed, I'll get it right, see, and NIGMA are taking place tomorrow, 5 p.m. CST. You guys know where to be. Now I'm going to go deal with this man. Me and Axe coming for you, Robson. Oh, I've got his phone even better.
Oh, wait.
I get the big chair now.
Most anticlimactic shit I've ever seen.
Someone just beyond my reach. Someone reaching back to me. Racing on the thunder and rising with the heat. It's gonna take a Superman to sweep me off my feet. Hero. I'm holding on for a hero till the end of the night.
Most anticlimactic shit I've ever seen.
Someone just beyond my reach. Someone reaching back to me. Racing on the thunder and rising with the heat. It's gonna take a Superman to sweep me off my feet. Hero. I'm holding on for a hero till the end of the night.
good, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! If it's something weird and it don't look good, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. If you're seeing things running through your head, who can you call? Ghostbusters! An invisible man sleeping in your bed. Oh, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! If you're all alone, pick up the phone and call. Ghostbusters! I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I hear it likes the girls. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Yeah, 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 yeah. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! If you've had a dose of a freaky ghost, baby, you better call. Let me tell you something. Bustin' makes me feel good. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Don't get caught alone, oh no. Ghostbusters! When it comes through your door, unless you just want some more, I think you better call. Ghostbusters! Ow! Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Think you better call? Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! I can't hear you. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Louder! Ghostbusters! Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Who can you call? Ghostbusters! Who you gonna call? It likes the girls too.
given me everything inside and out, and love strange, so real in the dark. Think of the tender things that we were working on. Slow change may pull us apart when a light gets in your heart, baby. Don't you forget about me. Don't you
Shattered windows and the sound of drums. People couldn't believe what I'd become. Revolutionaries wait for my head on a silver plate, just a puppet on a lonely string. Oh, who would ever wanna be king? I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name. Never an honest word, but that was when I ruled the world. Hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name. Never an honest word, but that was when I ruled the world.
God has arrived. Goodbye, and God riches.
With the surge straight, this shit is a fall for me. I think I'm too high to see. And I can't stress, I do my best to keep my prophecy. Tell me I'm gonna make it through the prophecy. I got some people around me that'll get you murdered. Let me in the game and then I get a shit I heard. As a matter of fact, I think it cut.
Goodbye, and God riches.
Hello everybody and welcome to another day of the Pushka League here in the WePlay studios in Kiev. We are bringing you all the action as always and we have many games for you to see. Now today is quite a different day because it's the day before we make it towards playoffs and the opening game at Virtus.pro versus Spirit is going to see a big fight go down because Virtus.pro need to win this, and to discuss all the madness that we're about to see, I've got Hairy Freak and Lizard with me, and it truly is madness because I don't think any of us would have ever expected Virtus.pro to be on a point where you actually have to win the last game in order to make it to playoffs, when everyone was like, there's Virtus.pro and then there's all the other CIS
Hey man,
teams.
at least they have a chance of winning a game and going through. There are some teams that we definitely didn't expect to be in a similar situation, maybe a little bit worse.
You can say a little bit worse when you don't have a chance to go to the playoff. Okay.
I mean, there's having that one game that's going to allow you to get to the playoffs, and then there's not making it, right? So just a little bit worse, but much worse in the grand scheme of things. Yesterday they had a pretty good performance. They were playing versus VP Prodigy, but maybe the prodigal sons let them have it a little bit easier, you know. Who knows?
Oh.
It was a 2-0 series. VP Prodigy was playing out of their mind a couple of days prior to that series, and then they're first picking Axe in 2 games. The games were fun, though. The games were fun.
You're trying to say there's some collusion going on here? Look at you, Lizard.
No, of course not. What do you mean?
Let's look at these standings, though. This gives us the idea of everything that we're just about to break down and talk about. Hellraisers, they have looked so good every single way. At one point, it looked like Na'Vi might not make it. They're still currently sat in 2nd place. VP Prodigy, like we were just saying, they have had some amazing games, and we've been really impressed with what they've been able to achieve. Virtus.pro currently sit in this 4th place, but they do need to grab this win, right? They need to solidify that spot against Spirit. Bait, well, they're potentially looking at just being 0-7 at this point. I've just got no hope for them at this point.
Don't mention.
It was just awkward for those guys, right? It was just really awkward.
Look,
Didn't they played all of their matches?
Yes, they played all their matches. So they're completely 7th place, right? Sorry, I said 0-7. It's 0-6, but they're in 7th place. Thank you, Henry.
Can we not talk about it?
We'll just leave Bait alone.
They almost won a game yesterday, so we can talk about that.
Almost won a game.
That's even the...
That's the positive in this. That's the positive. Right now, though, is the weird situation for Europe as well, because OGC, they're definitely not got a chance in it. Same for NIGMA, same for the actual OG, which is just a crazy state of affairs. Now, the thing with OG, at least if they can try and win a game, the last game they've got here against NIP, then it shows that they won't be in the spot where you're definitely going to be in last place. We get to see them come back for Season 2 and try things out a little bit better. And we do get to see all of these fantastic games on your screen later today. Virtus.pro Spirit, that's the one we're opening with. We spoke about that already. Then we've got NIGMA going up against Team Secret, and obviously Secret currently sat in 2nd place. They've had some solid games throughout. If they win this one and they win it in a convincing fashion, they'll actually take the 1st place seed over Alliance, which is an interesting way if they want to try and take it that way.
Yeah, because they won versus them, right?
Yes.
Had they actually won that 2-0.
So this will be the dream for them, right, to try and get away with that. And then final game, OG going up against NIP, and we've been impressed with NIP way more than what we expected, and they've shown us that it's a legit reason they're here. They deserve this spot.
Yeah, all the games today are pretty much fun. The first one is probably for the Western scene not as interesting as the second 2 series, but still though, Virtus.pro has to win it, and they will show us their best side, their best performance, I think, in the first series. Second is Secret versus NIGMA, right?
Yeah. Yes.
That's hype, man. NIGMA, all right, maybe they don't have their form, but you know that Kuro, when he's playing against Puppy, he's going to draft his best stuff, and they will try hard to the fullest of their capabilities. Last one, OG versus NIP.
I mean, OG's been looking okay, to be honest. They haven't lost their series 2-0. Even when they lose their series, they lose 2-1. They have obvious ping issues. They're playing okay, right? When we got into this tournament, I didn't expect them to completely shine, right? So it's not that bad that you lose some of your series 2-1 when you have a couple of stand-ins, you have people with high ping. So to me, they're the ones that actually did okay. Of course, we see OG 2 times TI champions. They should be winning everything, but it's just not how it works. They were really good on those TIs, but still they need to get this lineup to work, and it's still not their full lineup. So they actually did a solid job. So to me, the third game is actually going to be really, really good, and it's most likely going to go to the 3-game series. Whereas when you mentioned NIGMA Secret, I think that right now Secret is just looking way too good for NIGMA.
Can I cosplay Kyle a little bit? I was watching. So, guys, there's this, basketball NBA in US. I was watching this documentary, Last Dance, last night. It's about the run of Chicago Bulls. They won, 5 NBA trophies in a row, something like that. And you know what Jordan's mentality is? He says you're only successful in the moment of the actual victory, right? So OG, NIGMA, these past TIs, they don't matter. They want to come back, they want to take some wins again. That's where it's all at. But OG and NIGMA, it's a different story for me in this tournament now, on the serious note.
I was about to say, we got Lizard back now, we still got Kyle. Which one have we got? I couldn't tell the difference.
If my predictions are wrong, I'm back to But yeah, NIGMA, everyone expected from them to gradually improve, like they usually do at tournaments, but that didn't happen. They just flunked. However, OG, they did have a couple of bad days, like 2 days were bad, but then versus NIGMA, they showed up in their true form, in true style and fashion. They 2-0'd them, and they played their best game. And if they play the same way today, I think they're going to breeze past an IP.
I'm going to fly my flag for the NIGMA fans as well. I'm going to bring them all in, signal them, get them. We have a good little fun on Twitter with all of that.
Man, I had some very sad tweets as well.
Oh, really?
Like, I had a guy tweet me. He was like, Lizard, I can see that you're trying to be on the side of NIGMA. But, it's a hard patch for us, and then there's a couple of comments below as well. Sad times, boys. It's rough for them. It's hard to be a NIGMA fan at the moment.
I respect the ones that are still with it, though. They're still going the whole way. They're really enjoying seeing NIGMA, even though...
Ride or die.
Yeah, it's like, you know what, we'll just go for it no matter what. And sometimes you need the fans like that. But let's get into our first game, right? Virtus.pro versus Spirit. Spirit, there is no way that they can make it towards playoffs. For Virtus.pro, this is a must-win match. This is a match that will determine whether it is going to be possible for them to continue to shine throughout this. And it's quite a scary one, right? Because if they lose this, they're in the same position as Fly to Moon, and that makes it very hard for them to continue on throughout this. And I think with Virtus.pro, obviously everyone expects them to come out so dominant, but it's Hellraisers that probably impressed us the most. But what do you think is the problem here for Virtus.pro? Do you think they just played too much recently, coming straight off LA and then straight into this?
That's it, because they won the LA, right? They in the grand finals, they just 3-2'd OG. I think it's that peak, right? When you prepare so much for that series versus OG, you win it, and after that you're like, okay, we need a week off. We need to chill a little bit. We need to find ourselves again. But most importantly, I think they needed just to relax a little bit, and that's what happened here. They came into the tournament a little bit too relaxed, and they dropped some series, finding themselves here in the battle for the playoffs.
Yeah, there's multiple things. You get to relax. Everyone is looking at you, so whenever someone is playing that you're the team to beat. So we need to beat these guys, and there's also the pressure of being the favorite, right? Even though these guys are their mentality is super high, whatever. We always saw VP on TIs. They come in as the favorites, and then they don't win. They finish top 6, which for them is definitely not something that they wanted. So the pressure of being the favorite is always hard because everyone is expecting you to win. And then when you lose one game, then you get kind of lost. So it's definitely not a good spot for them. And now Spirit, correct me, GPK is going to be playing for them,
yeah,
right?
I think so.
Okay, so it's not going to be an easy job now for Virtus.pro because now there's extra pressure. They're still looking like the favorites, but we have Team Spirit with a very talented player standing in. Not someone that you could actually scout that much because he's more of a pub star.
Okay.
So it's definitely not going to be an easy job for them today.
Could a pub star shine in this team environment, though? Is this a solid choice for him?
When you come in as a stand-in, no one expects too much, and you usually are relaxed about it.
Wait, from GPK?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
What?
You sound like you're going to be so against that. What?
Yeah. He's just like a guy that all the teams in the CIS are battling for right now. He's not only your pub star. I agree with that. He's definitely been on top of the leaderboards for a while now. But this guy is like, ever since the last TI, he was in a team called I can't remember, but they were pretty much a stack of these unknowns, right? And everyone was watching. They went 18-0 or something in the qualifiers, losing maybe one game afterwards or something like that. But overall, GPK is the guy to look out for, even if he's descending. Remember his performance with the Queen of Pain, right? Like just went ham.
No, definitely he's insane. But when you put player like that, you don't like be, oh, he's gonna carry us, and he's actually doing it. So everyone is like, oh, we have a stand-in, but then you have this extraordinary player who is actually making the plays, and he's making the game very hard for the enemy team. So again, I wouldn't want to be in Virtus Pro shoes at this moment.
And the draft's just about to start. We'll wait for all the bans to go through. But the interesting thing for Team Spirit is, right, a lot of their games, basically all their games, apart from the one they won, they 2-0'd Bait, as everyone seemed to do. They managed to take games off everyone, right? They were consistently able to fight. They just couldn't get the overall wins. So is this kind of maybe their chance now to take a win here, given they've got a stand-in? Or do you think it's going to be harder because of stand-in? Because the way I look at it when stand-ins come in is like, unless that stand-in is just way above everyone else you have, I'd rather play with the team that I've been practicing with and I'm used to and comfortable with communication-wise, because it always takes a little bit of time to get a new player in.
Yeah. Can I just say he played with Vega Squadron? That's all. He had a couple of GPK that is, he had a couple of teammates that were nicknamed So Bad.
Oh God.
Fishman, that no one ever heard about.
Oh God.
You never heard of Fishman? Come on.
Yeah,
Harry's playing with him.
Yeah.
Harry's like, I play with Fishman every day. He's my friend.
Fishman and So Bad.
Fishman and Harry Freak on Witch Doctor. We've got it made now.
But they did really well. And I'm sorry, what was your question again? I was just thinking about Vega Squadron and their run. I remember watching them. We trolled so much and laughed so much. We were covering the qualifiers from Shiver and Owen's house. It was a lot of fun and seeing so. First and foremost, we were trolling them, right?
Yeah.
One is Fishman, one is So Bad, and we expected nothing from the boys. And then they started making these weird plays and actually winning games and turning it all around. And then suddenly we saw them as these upcoming superstars. So far, only GPK though.
So, because you seem to have kept your Kyle head on, which means you've just ignored everything I've said, Lizard, I'm going to give this to you again and give you the TLDR on how this conversation should have gone. Spirit, they've been close to winning games. They can take games off of some of the good teams, but they've not been able to convincingly win games, only the one against Bait. So I'm saying, does a stand-in benefit them or have a negative effect on a team like Spirit? Because for me personally, I always see it as playing with the full roster is a better decision than a stand-in.
It depends how the stand-in is performing. Obviously, in the last series that I watched from them, stand-in definitely made a positive impact on their games.
Okay.
And if anything else, I would like to say that the four of the other players need to step it up and play to his standard, because I don't know if they set up the game perfectly for him, for his success. Sometimes it can happen. You're the mid laner, you get the last pick, they pick the right heroes, and you're shining, but when you aren't in that high priority pick, suddenly you get countered, you don't do as much. In the games that he played, he did so well. I think the carry of this team needs to step it up significantly. I remember, I have flashbacks of that Ursa running through the trees into the minefields of the enemy team, just dying constantly. So I think Team Spirit can take the series, but they need to step it up on their cores, besides GPK.
And for Virtus Pro, when does this, like, the hype of winning LA and you're feeling comfortable kind of go away now? Because I never expected them to be in this position. Now it's time for you to shine. Surely they should just be able to take a big win here. That I would be completely bamboozled if I saw them lose this game.
Why? I mean, it's not like they're playing against a bad team. They're playing against top 5, top 6 CIS team. Plus, they have, like you said, this rising star, and in CIS games, you usually see some kind of stomps. If he can get off to a good start, he can win against them. It's nothing to be like baffled about.
I don't know, maybe I put too much stock in VP then, or not enough in
How are
Spirit.
they performing in CSGO right now? Maybe that's the
Well, no, that's terrible. That's all, no, let's not go there. That's going to be going to like the Bait levels.
Oh, yeah. I actually saw a tweet from some...
You're just trying to make this worse for the VP organization.
Yeah, I saw a tweet from some VP CSGO player. He was like, on Russian, he screenshotted their victory over Na'Vi, and someone commented, "Oh yeah, you won 1 out of your last 20 series. Good job."
There we go. Yeah. This
Is
the
that
problem.
is that the situation?
They're actually a very capable lineup, and they showed us a lot in terms of the CS team, but it's been a slow decline, sadly.
Where's Pasha?
No, there's not even the Polish lineup anymore. Don't worry, you've gone way off that. Yeah. I'll update you afterwards, listen.
I saw some sad stories, so let's not go there. Nature's Prophet into Spectre first phase. This is Virtus Pro, the way they played versus their Prodigy team yesterday. Pretty much similar openings with that Spectre early on, and Prodigy, they didn't find a way to deal with it. Perhaps Spirit can.
The very big difference is they banned out the Centaur. So Spirit banned out the Centaur. Centaur was a really big part of both of those games. So Resolution on ESL, he played a lot of Axe, and they did a good job. Here they found that Centaur, he does an amazing job on it. It's kind of a greedy hero that he likes. It has a lot of impact in the later stages of the game as well. And now they get rid of it. So let's see how.
And I love this as well. The Necro pickup.
It's the best counter for a Spectre. You don't have the Weaver. Weaver is the only one that saves you from the Necro. Necro is like the late game counter for the Spectre.
And look at the heroes that are banned from VP. Now, when you said Weaver is the only one that saves you, I would disagree. There are heroes that can save you,
Oracle and Shadow Demon.
but they're banned out. Oracle and Shadow Demon. So for Necro, is there anyone else in the Oracle? Oracle banned. I just said it.
Just as it happens.
Yeah, is there anyone else that can save you versus him? There isn't really.
I mean,
I guess Omni Knight or something similar, but Abaddon that can heal you up. But those heroes really aren't picked that much.
Why I don't like the Oracle and the Shadow Demon with the Spectre is because Spectre wants to get in. He wants to be inside of a fight. If an Oracle or a Shadow Demon start running towards a fight, they are going to die. Weaver is different because he is mobile, he can evade everyone, and then he can save you.
I love this. Like big teams, they don't have to counter your. Even if you did counter their core with yours, they're gonna be like, okay, we don't have these saving graces, saving opportunities for the Reaper side of Necrophos and what he brings to the table. Now we're going to counter the Necrophos itself and the way he wants to play. So they go for the Ancient Apparition, stopping that healing, it's very difficult for a Necro to play versus him. You have to itemize differently. You can't go for that Radiance early on. You need a defensive item. You need that, let's say, Hood or BKB, even something that you really don't want to buy on a Necro. So it throws the hero off base. Necro can be really strong if you win the laning stage and then slowly snowball around him. But in the mid game already, you have three global spells right now. Yeah. You have Furion, you have Spectre, you have Ancient Apparition. This is your global team right here. They need. It's a meme, by the way. It's a meme draft. A long time ago, you would draft now Zeus, right? And what else? There has to be a fifth. Is there anything?
Clockwork comes to mind. But either way, those three heroes, they work really well together and they're really good. I mean, AA is solid against the Necro. So it's not like the AA is there just to complement their heroes with the global strat. It's actually good with the Necro as well. So they go with the Pango. I mean, it's a solid hero. Gives them team fight, gives them tower defense in the beginning. I also like having these kind of heroes because Grimstroke, he's just gonna get destroyed by the global ultis. On the other hand, Pango, even if it's a support, which it doesn't have to be, he can move around and he has his ulti to survive. And that's what Spectre doesn't like, that's what Furion doesn't like. They like these slow supports. As a Grimstroke, they just come at you and you die. You actually don't do anything. So kind of like the approach of Team Spirit. I think they're gonna have more of these heroes that actually cannot be brought down just by pure power of the global.
One huge difference yesterday that Virtus Pro had, in difference to this draft, is they had that beef on the offlane. Also they needed a reliable disable. Let's just touch a little bit on the Shaker. They needed a reliable disable with these heroes, right? If actually any sort of a stun was necessary, Shaker definitely brings that to the table. Opens up your draft a little bit too. This Furion suddenly is completely capable of being that position 3. Also can be mid if necessary. But they are still lacking beef. You have these three heroes that are extremely squishy. Yeah, the global presence is there, but if you get caught, and even in the team fights, it's very hard to commit, right? You can start with a haunt. Yesterday, he played really well with the Spectre in a way that he haunts first. Not something that you always see from your position 1. He's the one that initiates. However, he would always have that follow-up from the Centaur, from the Axe, from something like that. This hero that brings a lot of utility, your Crimson Guards, your Pipes, your Mechs. Right now, they don't have any of that. And that's somewhat of a downside of this Virtus Pro's draft.
I mean, you can go that with the Furion, I guess.
Yeah, you can go for the utility, but you still lack
You don't have the beef, yeah. Exactly. I mean, then the Spectre is going to have to take that role, I guess. Though for Team Spirit, I like their approach. They go for the Void Spirit. You have these supports that if you get on top of their heads, they are not as strong as if they are actually in a safe place, right? So I like the Void Spirit. I was suspecting them to go for something like a Riki if they wanted to attack the enemy, or if they wanted to like stay back a little bit to go for a troll, because he will win the lane against the Nature's Prophet and the Earthshaker. He goes in for an early BKB, is really good in the late game against the Spectre. So I think
Riki versus Furion on the lane, right? Versus those trees, he has such a high armor. It would be really cool. And also Riki yesterday, it was picked by Prodigy versus the Spectre to counter it, because he's your hunting type of a carry. He goes in deep, finds her, then the follow-up happens. The problem in this game, though, is you wouldn't win the lane versus him, and then he'd have that diffusal very early on, and you wouldn't be able to handle that. Yesterday, they had ways of dealing with him early on, and Team Spirit, they also lacked some beef, they also lacked some frontline. Necro is decent, but versus Ancient, it's not really that great. Now they pick up this Wraith King. It puts them a little bit on a tempo. Definitely the win condition for Virtus Pro is higher. You have the Spectre that will eventually just win you the game. But I've seen drafts such as these two play out before, and it can pretty go either way. ILTW, I believe that was actually him. He played the Spectre into a Wraith King. No one was playing Storm on the middle lane, and they almost threw it. Even playing versus a Wraith King, they almost lost that match. It was that dieback from the Spectre on the tier 3 with Wraith King stunning her, if you guys remember. It was here on this league. So Wraith King can definitely take this game, but they're on a tempo. They need to do it fast.
What's VP going to look for to answer this then? So they needed some beef.
They need something that can fight early on while the Shaker is taking his dagger. So like a DK comes to mind. I don't know if it's banned. Something along those that can push towers, and then Furion TPs in, that can actually go with the Furion so that the Shaker can farm his dagger.
Yeah, beef maybe is not the best way to go about it, because it's the mid lane. So your Quops are in the pool still, something that crushes the Void Spirit in the laning stage. The downside of this Virtus Pro's draft right now for me is it has too many checkboxes that need to be checked. They go for an Invoker, and I love this because it's the way they adapted yesterday as well to their drafts. They put no one in this position in which he's completely space creating. He's your playmaker, complete playmaker. He isn't greedy at all, and because of that, you will have this Furion with a lot of utility. You'll go Quaswax on the Invoker, which is really good versus the Necro as well, versus the Wraith King as well. The only question is, how will the lane go versus Void Spirit?
I don't know how the lane goes versus Void Spirit, because we haven't seen a lot of Invokers since the Void Spirit actually came to place, but I guess he's going to be fine. He can purge the shield. It's not going to be too bad. Though I like the approach for Virtus Pro. Don't go for a beefy hero against the Necro. That's definitely the right choice. On the other hand, this Invoker really needs to do a lot of work. He does run around the map. These two drafts are really good, and they both have their strengths. Who's going to win?
They have their win conditions, both of them. I love this because you see Virtus Pro, if their lanes don't go very well, they will have to adopt these guerrilla tactics, the rat tactics, how Alliance like to do it. You need to split push constantly with your Nature's Prophet. You need to find these small pickoffs. On the side of Team Spirit, if the lanes go well for them, you'll have this fat Void Spirit that will constantly be able to fight. Wraith King to follow him up. Pango doesn't need a lot. There's definitely ways to win this game for both of these teams. I don't see a clear outdraft. It's 50-50. Nice. But Virtus Pro is more experienced. And usually when you're more experienced, it's easy to find that space and to split push.
So just give me the team name. Who do you think is going to take this one?
I'll go with Virtus Pro.
I'll go with Spirit.
Oh,
Go with
okay.
GPK. Just go
They've
with
done
GPK. Team GPK.
No, I can't. Necro against the Spectre, that's to me like the best matchup we can have, even against an AA. I really like the hero.
Well, it's time for us to get into the to the game, boys. But thank you very much for all of your time on discussing this one. We've got Toby and Lacoste to bring you the action. And Toby, I know you don't listen to the desk, so I'm going to start with Lacoste. Lacoste, who do you agree with on our analysts here?
Šta ima Lacoste, by the way? Kakav si?
I don't know if our panel realized that it's a position 5 Necro. They swapped things around. Oh, they did not actually. Wait, what are they doing?
Klasični Hrvat.
Let's get into the game, guys. Let's make it happen. Let's see how this goes down.
Sure, let's go into the game. We're booted up like the Game Boys that we are, and I'm always listening. It's just selective hearing. So what is actually happening, Lacoste? What is actually happening?
Position 5 Necro. So I was looking at the heroes and the players who are playing it. Misha playing Necro just has a headdress and a shared tango plus one of his own.
Yeah.
I guess one of the reasons why they decided to do it is, I mean, you're playing against AA, you're playing against Invoker with the spell, with a ton of magical damage, so they just decided to shift it towards position 5.
Mm-hmm. Do you get as much use out of the Necro in a 5 position? No. Right? Okay. I mean, maybe a bad question to ask. Like, it's a headdress and the death pulse for regeneration. So I guess AA is not going to mess with him that early on. To stay in the off lane should be pretty good from that.
Yes, it's just sustaining the laning stage, some harassment, extra regen for himself and the laning partner. I don't know. I'm just getting Dead Prophet position 5 vibes when I see this Necro. Like, I'm gonna do nothing, you know, try to split push, buy some time, even though sometimes, very rarely, it's effective. I don't know.
He's here for the Reaper Scythe combo with the Soulbind of Grimstroke. That's the play, right? That 49 damage. So just pump it out, Misha. Pump it out. Hit whatever you possibly can.
It is a good combo with the Grimstroke, of course. But I'm just afraid that he's not gonna have a game. I don't know. I've seen those stuff in the high MMR matches. Usually it does not work. It's one of those, you know, I'm gonna adjust. They have way too many counters. I'm gonna play position 5, do nothing.
Yep. We'll see how he goes. The other lane, we kind of want to keep our... top lane also, Wraith King dropping pretty low.
Oh no, Necro bottom lane.
Oh, really? No, this can't be his way to die. Not in the trees. ILTW gets the first blood onto the safe lane Spectre. And you might have another follow-up up on top. The Fidget's coming off cooldown in 1 second time, and the Wraith King has nothing to work with. He doesn't have stuns available. Resolution will keep these treants on him. And I think this is
the wrong way. I believe the base is in a different direction.
Sometimes you just get turned around. The magnetic pull on the northern side, it's pulling the wrong way.
Well, he was buying time, and Immersion was controlling the wave.
Immersion's dying. The Fisher blocks him in with the treants. Oh, God. That's the easiest second and third kill of VP's life that Resolution can pick up.
Look at this. Look at how much pressure they're putting on the Wraith King. They could also pop a glyph. Another set of treants.
They drop him so low. That's when you start to burn any kind of mana that you've worked towards. We kind of said at the very end of it, like what's the speed the Spirit can play nice and early? It's like if you can get early items on this Wraith King, maybe you can pressure, but now it feels like he's going to be nothing. Zayek's already pulled the wave down, so there's not even farm for the Wraith King there. He's sitting at 1,000 net worth to Resolution's 1,300, and that's the 1v3 position.
And now Zayed denied the whole creep wave and farmed one for himself, so they shared a bit of a, you know, gold in the lane. How's mid doing? 15-3 against 13-1. Like, no one has a way of dispelling that shield, but you just don't want to pop it. It's not like it's very important early on.
Mm-hmm.
It's just some harassment, and the damage using Tornado 150 mana is a bit too much.
Yeah. It's expensive. And GPK is going to get, like, as Lizard was kind of saying before, like, he's He's a superstar player. Everybody wants to try and pick him up. Immersion, everyone wants to try and survive. They just keep the range, throw out the fissure. Easiest kill of their life. It's like you can't even battle this at all. In fact, Wraith King's just getting even more control. He's down to 1 tango. He went 2 points up in the Vampiric Aura. No points in the Wraith Fire Blast. It's like, I just need to try and survive underneath my own tower. Give me my regeneration, please, tower.
This is the combo. You use Inkswell into Vampiric Aura. Wait, that's not a combo.
Solo lost his courier. That's the first kill here from Team Secret, Team Spirit. The other team that's actually still playing.
Your anger is useless here.
I want to see what this Necro does. What is he bringing? I'm keeping eyes on him. Magic Stick without any kind of stats. Like, he's dropping so low. Usually Spectre does not like to play into Necro, like the farm Necro that can stand in the front lines. Heartstopper Aura just melts. Spectre also doesn't, love to be full HP all the time. Spectre always jiggling, always trying to, get the most out of it. So she's gonna be low HP, and this is where Necro's Reaper side is good. On a core Necro once again. Top lane. Man, they're just destroying this top.
Another salve has to be burnt. Grimstroke's got no more regeneration, but at least he'll get the Inkswell off. Maybe, yep, hits on the stun. Courier's also on the way in, but it's all for the 5-minute bounty runes. Zayak will take the damage, and that means he'll pick up both the bounty runes for VP on top. On middle, however, I'm wondering if no one wants to rotate over. That's what Misha can do. He can walk and pick up bounty runes. Objective complete.
280 movement speed on the hero. It feels so slow. If you just look at the numbers, like, my hero is so slow, but yesterday I realized other heroes are slow as well. Like, others got hit by a nerf hammer.
Just slowing the pace down of Dota in general. I think Pango might be a little annoyed he didn't hit that swashbuckle on the low ancient apparition. He can now just tango back up again. Very safe. Feels like very low risk execution here from Virtus Pro to keep the status quo. But do we then look at Void Spirit? Like, he's just hit 6, Invoker's hit 6. They'll contest for the bottom room, but it's all going to be up on top. And Zayak's already on top of that with the Arcane.
Look at Wraith King's build. 0-2-2. Like, this skill is garbage when people are not even skilling it in the laning stage. Nope. 0-2-3.
Just totally skipping it. Like, we need the... I don't even know if you can push with that. Like, it's...
He understands that Skelly Bros are way to come back into this game. Like, it's a farming tool. There's no point in getting Wraith Fire Blast.
Another missed jump from Pangolier. That's going to really hurt. You already see Resolution TPing in. Immersion knows there's problem. Misha trapped inside the Sprout. Pango would like his own farm, but he's got 11 one charges available to fight too. So they force Grimstroke to TP to the bottom lane. Still lose Necro. I guess that's nothing of real value lost. ES got more space up on top, and Resolution just TP'd straight back to the top lane, and Wraith King has gone bush. He's currently checking out the different types of bark.
They're getting so much out of the map right now. Virtus Pro, like, no one is farming on the mid lane. Top lane, Earthshaker was left alone for 30 plus seconds, so he's getting his items, getting his levels. Wraith King is going to be in jungle, so they can also try to contest this. They have very mobile heroes.
Immersion set again. Easy movement from no one means he can just get the tornado, send him up and towards the air, and now there's no stun available for Immersion. That's another one of those things you got to keep tabs on. You think you're going to get that stun and tornado gets rid of Inkswell?
Yes. Another way of dispelling things. Invoker just got a first earn charge, so there's much more kill potential on him. Like, they need to use GPK to come back into this game. None of the lanes are going well. They also need level 6 on Pangolier. Misha should stay out of the XP range on the bottom lane to give him that level 6. Then they can kill AA or make a rotation and try to kill the top lane, but top lane already gone.
Resolution's pushed it too hard, too fast. There is a haste stream for GPK. He can work with Immersion to try and get this kill on Resolution. It seems like the best kill to claim. ES is busy pulling the Dire Creep Wave over on the side, but with Resolution isolated, a quick Astral step forward. Resolution knows he can't get away from the stun. With an easy jump with the Dissimulate, Resolution is brought down, and that's what they needed. Team Spirit. Get some kills and probably more into Void Spirit, not Immersion, though.
Like, Necro is your position 5. That didn't achieve much in the laning stage, can't make any rotation, so they're relying on level 6 on both of their supports to be efficient. Like Grimstroke Spell is dispellable as we saw. But Pango needs to be 6, like Pango and Void Spirit need to carry them.
He is so close to having his level 6, but I don't think that would have helped anyway. I love this from Wraith King. Like, he's trying to find so much Bush Tucker. He's like, I can build a Radiance. This is what I can do with my 033 build on the Wraith King. Not even storing. Actually, no, he's storing a point now for reincarnation.
Just in case. And you're also playing into Quasvex Invoker, so your ult is not gonna be like they just got completely countered in the laning stage. They had to adapt, put this Necro in position 5, which was not very effective, and yeah, you can burn my mana. I don't even use my mana. I have like Mortal Strike, which costs 70, so I'm pretty good.
So always make sure you get 160 and you're gonna be okay. ES is coming over, looking to try and take out the outpost, and front of being planted. Psych knows he can't take a fight, but oh, maybe he can. Invoker's here, Resolution's here, and the double fissure's done. GPK, where do you want to jump down to? He's still on top of the fissure. At least he's able to connect on the Inkswell stun, meaning no one doesn't keep the battle going. Not through the shields, at least.
Let's go, Necro. Level 5. Just needs a bit more experience to get himself to level 6. Has Tome of Knowledge queued up.
Huge.
Problem is you can't, and Grimstroke steals it from him. Like, dude, you're not buying this in this game. It's mine. You're useless.
Your ulti is nothing without me. It's another player who's holding that point. See if he needs Soul Bind or the Silence. Actually, no, he just went 3-0-3. This is a team with no ultis.
They literally have 2 ultis 11 minutes in.
No, at least Ancient Apparition doesn't have his yet. They need to give him the mid. While on bottom lane, Smoke Rotation's gonna come in. They need the Yep, okay.
I'm
They
gone.
need to keep him
Mid
controlled.
lane.
Where's the stun? They go mid lane. Now it's Wraith King who dies. Oh, Team Spirit. They set the trap. They wanted the kill. Unfortunately, no one was home when they tried to rob the place.
The funniest part would be if ELTW got that kill on Wraith King. Like, you try to gank Spectre, she gets a return kill.
Now they fight.
He's very
Bang.
low.
He's going into the Rolling Thunder. Start the fight at 1/3 HP. That's how he wants to do it. ILTW moving up the river. A jump forward from the Void Spirit. Now a jump back out again. The Fissure will be able to connect. GPK trapped inside the Sprout. Ice Blast is coming in. It's going to be off target. Or is it Pango? He's just... Oh, he walked back into it. He was walking the edge of the glacier.
It's just falling apart for Team Spirit.
Mango. Let's go again. Solo, a little bit too far forward. Then again, Void Spirit actually jumps up and goes over for no one. The Reaper's side. Hey, Misha did something! It's huge. It's massive. It's a kill on the captain. Meanwhile, he's going to die. And probably the rest of Team Spirit. Grimstroke just got caught out by no one. There's a big creep wave moving over. Zai's going to give the reveal, and no one stands his ground. Under Alacrity with attack speed of 70, damage of 10. Just keeps hitting.
How far is Wraith King from that Radiance? He switched. He's going for Blade Mail. All right.
Then you gotta
buy
look at that
any
timing?
kind of damage items, any kind of cheap items that you can fight with, because right now this is not working.
It's 300 gold to the Blink Dagger of ES. And Zayek's now taking a double stack to help just push him the last bit of the way. Fights have already been horrendous for Team Spirit. Once that's up, like, you're gonna get jumped so hard. Full Spirit Vessel completed as well for no one. Resolution's already beating him to the punch with the Blade Mail. He's picked up his own, going for the mid lane. The attack to come from Grimstroke. Maybe they get a little bit of extra control as the jump forward is there from GPK. Able to connect on the Ink Sword, but the Ice Blast is going to hit so hard. And yes. All right, just walk up and nail him. That's all you need to do. This Rolling Thunder hasn't done enough work. No more Fissure available, so they at least can't get the instance onto the Pangolier.
Oh. I always love to think how Team X can come back into this game. It's tough. Like, to be honest, I don't see the way right now. Virtus.pro is just controlling the whole map. They have global presence with these 3 heroes, or just Invoker could be the 4th one, setting things up from the invis, with following it up. ulti, Spectre ulti, Nature's Prophet with their ulti, or just TPing. But let's go back to Necro. What is he building? Tranquil Boots. Okay.
Oh, it's something. It's not nothing. Invoker haste-runed up looking for a target. They don't have anything.
Necro wishes that his aura worked on Ancients, like, you know, a couple of years ago. Then you could stack and kill the Ancients with it. Man, how broken was that?
It's probably as broken as the Spirit of Spirit. Smoke maneuver from Virtus.pro. They're looking for their own fight. A Resolution can at least keep the mid at bay where all the minions are coming. Tornado flies forward. Grimstroke, here comes your Ice Blast too. There's your Blink Dagger from Zyek. Ice Blast hits perfectly on the Pangolier. So Resolution, a couple of hits, and Pango will go down. Not to mention, ILTW joins the fight just as the Spectral Horn comes off cooldown. That's when the initiation happens. 20-2 on the board. Oh my god, if this just keeps up, Spirit may actually just GG out before a tier 2 tower even falls.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Team Spirit just calls GG in the next fight. They lose next fight and they just call it. They understand that they have no comeback into this game.
Yep. Like right now it's 97% win probability for Virtus.pro. They are in the driver's seat. And the foot is down on the gas. And they want to step it up even more. I love this from Resolution. It's like, all right, I'll build into a Vlad's. Vlad's, Blade Mail, just get everyone together. You're getting a Solar Crest style build coming in from no one to go with this Spirit Vessel. Echo's coming off cooldown. And ILTW, I don't even know if he still needs to keep going for this Radiance. He can even go for more combat early style builds, but may as well. You're 16 minutes in, why not?
Also, they have superior vision.
Oh, the Echo!
Oh, man.
It hits everything, and the Ice Blast. Goodbye, Immersion. Goodbye, GPK. Hello, Misha, but also goodbye, Misha. A lot of get well soon cards being sent to Team Spirit. Maybe they can kill off the Earthshaker with GPK buying back into this fight. He needs something. He's got both the supports. He has that. Nature's Prophet having to try and hide instead of their own Sprout, TPing out with the scroll. And the
boy actually helped them.
Oh, there's a level
Prowlers. Oh, kill them now! Kill them! You and Skeletons, kill those Prowlers.
Oh, it's the level 1 reincarnation trigger. Oh.
Oh, that's the correct word, trigger. I think Raid King is very triggered right now.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Hey, but Team Spirit, they're finding kills. It's on the supports, for sure. They would have liked to have actually claimed a bigger core. Man, are they actually getting 2 solar? They're getting 2 solar crests on Virtus.pro now.
Interesting. Not the build that you expect on Invoker. The slow is great, but I don't think you need to. It also opens up the Roche for them with Nature's Prophet. Like, the only physical damage they have is Raid King, Pangolier, Swashbuckle, reducing armor with Lucky Shot. But I think they're, I'd say, overthinking about the items here.
Well, Resolution started on Roshan. Everyone's coming over. And right now, Team Spirit's like, well, what do you want to do about this? They're all on the eastern front. There's no way they get there in time, and if they, even if Team Spirit do come, they'll come on division. And there's no smoke available. And that's it. That's Roshan. 18 minutes into the game. They're still trying to farm up Wraith King. He's 1,100 away from completing his Radiance.
I mean, Radiant's timing is gonna be okay-ish considering how bad this game is going.
Yeah. Hey, he'll have Radiance before Spectre, sort of, maybe. Actually, no. There's a lot of farm on bottom lane. Spectre's about to take and claim that Radiance.
Spectre has
out over on the mid. GPK a little bit too far out. The Ice Blast will fly forward. Means he only gets chilled. And then Spectre into the back lines. They're focusing on the Necrophorus once again. Down to 50% of HP. Same for the Grimstroke. Ice Wall gets planted. So Necro can't keep running out this one. Even buffing up the Spectre with Alacrity. The bigger kill really was claimed. It's GPK. But, you know, we like watching Misha.
That's the highlighted hero of this game. Bottom lane, they will catch Raking. He does not have reincarnation. Just got TP delivered, but he's dead.
One more. Fisher will do it. 26-4. Not too shabby at 1.5 kills a minute. And Resolution will keep the push going on bottom lane. Remove these down towers. Observer has been planted, so Resolution sees everything he needs to. Slayer's Grimstroke, the Ice Blast are coming in, but Wrath of Nature connects first. And sure, he'll take his Vampire Fangs while he's in the neighborhood.
They just want to make Raid King's life miserable. Look at the build of Nature's Prophet. He's going Diffusal Blade.
It's like, hey, oh, wait, you're going Solar Crest. Okay, I guess I'll go Diffusal on a range hero.
So that's the second way to burn his mana. And he's nowhere near level 20. He's level 12 only.
Yeah, where's that beautiful win condition? it's currently being worked on. Necro into the Ghost Shroud, able to get himself away to safety. Level 1 Ray Fire Blast is up.
I just checked. It's Healing Spectre. If you use it, it actually is Healing Spectre. She has 57% magical resistance from Nether Shawl and Hood.
They're going to get it on Wraith King. Hey, he's got reincarnation available, but now the EMP burns it, and now it's gone. Ice Blast will fly in. That'll connect on Misha as well as Immersion. So ILTW keeps the fire going. This is over. This is over. Mercy, please throw in the towel. Apollo, he doesn't want to take any more. GG is called. Virtus Pro in 20 minutes have won this game, but really it was in 5.
Oh, this was some serious ass beating by Virtus Pro. They try to swap things around with the Necro position 5, even if it was like a different hero, I still feel like the outcome would be the same. It's just you have position 4 and 5 who can't do much, especially if you lose the laning stage. There's no comeback play. Like Grimstroke didn't even skill his ulti 21 minutes in.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a rough day to begin for Team Spirit, that's for sure. But Virtus Pro, they couldn't have asked for a better start. They get 1 game up in the series. That's exactly what they needed to do to keep their hopes alive of getting into the playoffs. So nice beginning for Virtus Pro, and maybe Team Spirit try something else. Maybe don't ban the techies in game 2. Hey, anything is good.
Spirit, oh Spirit. You guys were saying, right, how important their lane would need to be at the beginning of that. And well, as it slowly dripped and slipped away from them, Virtus Pro, well, they just plowed their way through it. It looks very convincing and confident from those guys.
Yeah, I don't know if this was really slowly, right? They destroyed them in every possible lane, and then the Invoker didn't really need to win the lanes for them. He just came there to get the kills if he wanted to. So it was a pretty clean game from VP here.
Yeah, GPK had twice as many kills as his whole team.
You love GPK, don't you?
No. I just want to say he had twice as many kills, but that's 2.
Oh, okay. Well, yep, that didn't work out too well, did it?
Yeah, the best after were like 1 kill each. They 31-4.
Yeah.
But for me, it comes down to this laning stage. Toby Lacoste said it as well. It didn't take 20 minutes, it took 5 minutes. You just won the game in the laning stage. You can't play afterwards when Spectre is getting a killing spree, killing the Necro. That's a position 5 that's played on the offlane. Immersion is stuck on this. Grimstroke, instead of being some, bulky frontliner that he loves to play your tasks, your Earth Spirits, your safe lane is also for Spirit horrible. they just died so many times. Furion, Nature's Prophet, that is Rezo, he had a blast.
Yeah.
He was on, look, here he is second, but most of the games he's actually top of the net worth charts. He's just completely obliterating them with this Furion, and you don't need this bulky frontliner when everyone on the enemy team is squishy as they have no items. They just dominated them throughout the early game, and you can't play Dota if you lose all 3 lanes.
And also, you have a lineup that's kind of. Virtus Pro has a lineup, this global lineup that we mentioned, that's usually it doesn't need to win the laning stage, right? Because even if you lose the laning stage, you still have ways of outmaneuvering your opponents around the map. But when you win the lanes, it's just way too easy. The second you see a hero somewhere when he's alone, and there's 2 of them, you know that they're instantly gonna die because you can have like 3-4 heroes there without even breaking a sweat or using a TP or whatever. So once the laning was done, you're just looking at this game and you don't really see a way for Spirit
like this
to play.
last situation as well. They're taking a team fight behind enemy tier 2. Behind the enemy tier 2 so early on in the game. They're winning that team fight. And at the same time, your Wraith King somehow dies at the enemy tier 1. Like, you have all the time in the world to go back, to react to that, to farm your Radiance somewhere else, but you still somehow manage to get caught and you die around that tier 1. So for me, Team Spirit, they have potential, but right now that potential is hindered on every single lane somehow. I'm not sure which part is missing here, like which piece of the puzzle is missing for their lineup to work, but every single lane somehow gets messed up with super hard. The only lane that does decently is the mid lane.
Yeah, and I mean, their top lane should have done okay. Bottom lane was way too greedy. Necro plus the Pangolier, that actually is hard to play out well. Top lane should have been fine. Top lane, they just messed up.
Okay.
They definitely messed up. Wraith King dead in the beginning. You need to be aware of your hero having low armor and not going into a Furion with a Blightstone who puts you in a minus armor situation, and then those treants hurt, right? So you need to be careful how you position yourself and wait for the real opportunity to actually strike in that lane, whereas on level 2 they were trying to be aggressive, died, and from there that's like 3 lanes lost or 2 lanes lost and mid lane kind of even, and from there it's just impossible to play.
There are ways of dealing with it though, that's the thing. They don't have this spark of ingenuity to adapt to the laning stage. You could perhaps on that Grimstroke get some armor items as well. You could get double the buckler or some crazy stuff, I don't know. Spam rings of protection on the Wraith King. There are ways of dealing with it, but they just didn't find it, and they got outplayed by Zayats and the Shaker as well.
They definitely did get outplayed.
And you guys said this right before we got into the game, that actually drafting-wise, this was really good from both sides. We could expect a good game on our hands. Yes, the experience of VP is something we spoke about as well, but realistically, it was Spirit not choosing to utilize their heroes in the correct way.
Yeah, they definitely didn't use the heroes the correct way. When you feed like that, it's I don't know.
I don't know if it's by choice though, Banks, but it definitely did happen.
The drafts were fine. The draft for Spirit, okay, position 5 Necro, not really the biggest fan, obviously. They did get that one messed up. They countered.
Why do you think they did that though?
Because of the AA, right? We mentioned how Ancient Apparition is really strong versus the Necrophos, but sometimes even when you're playing into an Ancient Apparition, you adapt to it. You buy a couple
That's what you said, the items can change up.
Yeah, instead of putting him in a position in which he's not going to do anything at all, you adapt and you build a hood, you make that BKB no matter how bad it is, or you do something like that, right? In this game, they decide to go the opposite direction. They just relegate him down the road towards that position 5 in which he is useless at every given point of the game. The laning stage, because of that, instantly suffers. The Spectre wins the laning stage, and if a Spectre wins the laning stage, you're already in a really bad spot.
Well, going into game 2, right, Spirit are going to have to change things up quite a little bit in it, and I feel like for VP, you just need to see them stay confident, stay playing the way they were. Do you think they'll get away with another game like that?
They could. actually, because here's what happened with Team Spirit. They had a hero that counters the Spectre, and that's the main point of that hero. He needs to be beefy and to get the ulti off on the Spectre if the Spectre gets out of control at one point in the game. But then they get countered by the AA, and they panic, and they're like, okay, put this hero wherever, not mid, not carry, not off lane, put it in a support role, sack it completely, and that makes the hero completely useless. When you have one hero that at every point of the game he's going to be useless, whatever you do, you have a really big problem. On the other hand, the Virtus Pro, of course you're not gonna put Spectre on some other role, but they just first pick the Spectre and they're like, we are gonna find a way for this Spectre to have impact. In the end, they didn't really need to because they just destroyed the game, but they played to their strengths rather than being afraid of their opponent's strengths. Because in Dota, you can always play against something. You can always find a way to actually dodge the ulti or play any way you want.
And they itemized differently on that Spectre too. That's it, right? The Spectre itemizes differently. Suddenly she's able to play the game Blade Mail on Furion, Hood on the Spectre, and you can adapt to any single situation. But if you just completely sack your draft and make this, because look, Necro, it's not your flexible pick. You know, we're talking about these flex picks quite often because there are really heroes that can fit any role. And you just have to play them differently. Right? Necro isn't one of those. Long time ago, maybe he was played sometimes as a 4 or 5, but right now he really needs to be a core because he desperately needs items. Levels are fine, but he does need items, especially when he's playing versus some heroes that counter him. From Team Spirit, I just wish that they stick to their guns, pick their heroes, pick their draft, and just don't try to counter too hard and get yourself in this situation in which your heroes aren't even in the right positions.
So you're hoping this time Spirit just go for more of a comfort for themselves?
Yeah,
exactly. That's what we're looking to see them
just go
achieve.
full comfort, that's it.
I actually thought Necro was a comfort when they picked it second
Not
phase
on position 5.
but obviously not on position 5.
We keep coming back to it. It's going to forever haunt us and them by the sounds of it, and things will need to change, right? If they want to keep this, the only other team they've lost to in any other fashion, they lost 2-0 to VP Prodigy. They don't want to lose to the bigger VP in the 2-0 as well. Keep getting them games, keep making the magic happen somehow.
Okay, they adjusted. They banned the Furion, they banned the Centaur. I think that banning out resolution heroes might be the best way to play against Virtus Pro. He is a great player, but he has not so long ago moved himself to the offlane role, and he still has, since he's a carry player, he still has the
instincts, instincts of a carry player.
Of a carry player. He wants more farm, and Furion, Axe, Centaur are definitely the kind of heroes that get more farm and have more impact in the later stages of the game, which is where he will thrive. So I guess target him. I don't know if Nature's Prophet is the way to go, but I guess it is a flexible hero. Really complements the current meta. He plays it well.
I love this, by the way. So they banned out 2 offlaners, but they did let Pango go through. They let the Pango go through, and because of that, they snatched themselves the Grimstroke, and now most likely they will go for that Pango once again. They have, maybe they won't, but they have the option to go for the Pango, and they denied VP the possibility of picking that Pango that early on because of the Grimstroke counter, slight counter, but still there. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, like we just won 3 games in a row with Spectre. Why change anything? Like, you don't care. You're just picking it versus.
Don't fix it.
Pick it until it works. Until it doesn't work, that's it. Until it gets countered somehow. Just pick it every time.
And then you can also have the Spectre for the second phase if they can counter it now. If you pick it in the first phase, you're still gonna have that hero being very strong and people being afraid of it, picking in different ways, because you can actually pick in the second phase, or they're gonna ban it. But Team Spirit adjusts, they go for Batrider. Ogre and Spectre don't deal well with this hero. Spectre cannot run through the trees because the Batrider is always going to be able to catch up. So
Resolution position 3 Ogre. Get that Midas early on, get those items, baby.
Got you excited, Lizard. Why is that?
Yeah, we don't see a lot of ogres on cores. It used to be a thing for a really slight period of time, and it is a hero that's really funny. Like that multicast with a lot of items can be very scary.
You just hear the bells, and it's not nice.
You're not in for a good time.
Yeah.
And so there's this item Midas. You can transmute units into gold, and his ultimate is multicast. Basically, gives him a chance to proc another
Midas.
Another Midas. If he Midas is 1 unit, suddenly it can Midas 2 or 3 units. Right, so
which is
that's a lot
really
of that's a lot of gold, man. You know? It's all about that.
Make some bank.
But jokes aside, they could pick some supports that are decent versus Batrider. to play with the Spectre, but they already have a position 5, which makes it a little bit difficult. They could go for something like Legion or something like Abaddon, which they have played before. Then again, Batrider, if it is the offlane, it's going to be difficult for them to deal with it.
Yeah, these heroes don't deal well with the Batrider.
Yeah, they go with the Abaddon. Yeah,
it might be a position 5 Abaddon. You think not?
It could be. It definitely could be. It fits Solo's playstyle, but so does Ogre, and so far he's played Ogre every single time. Yeah, I would still like to see the Ogre on position 3. You put the Abba with the Spectre, but then there's a flex on Team Spirit. They can put the Bat as position 5, and then Ogre doesn't do anything as a position 3 versus that hero. I love the opening from Spirit. Now seeing all the bans and the first 2 picks, Team Spirit have outdrafted them in the first stage a little bit. It's not too hard to outdraft them when you know they're gonna pick Spectre though.
Yeah.
The biggest difference is when you have a support that deals with the bat, he can rotate. When you have a core, it's kind of hard to put Spectre in the offlane. So if it is an Abaddon 5 and we see the Batrider on the side lanes, we are going to be seeing this Abaddon actually following him, because if he is a position 5, it's his job to take care of the Batrider in the laning phase. He doesn't have any other jobs. Of course, later on, you can purge the lasso and whatnot, but if we're talking just the laning phase, it's what his job is going to be if he is a position 5, that is.
I love this from Team Spirit now. Pango as well. Their heroes are very flexible, and you just need to adjust the lanes properly, and you can't let Virtus.pro get the right lanes for themselves, and you should be fine. As long as you as long as you run away from the Abaddon with the bat. That's it. But okay.
DP.
Yeah, that's your flex as well, right there.
I mean, you don't want resolution on DP, do you?
I mean, he definitely can play it.
Yeah.
He had that short, well, not so short period of time, but he did play mid as well. That Prophet is definitely one of the heroes that he can play well too. So you could even have a lane such as Abaddon plus DP, right? Like some crazy position 4 Abba. But I hate to see these supports. You remember when Secret, they tried to counter this Axe with an Undying, but they already had an Oracle, and then they ended up having these 2 position 5 heroes, and they lost that game actually. Because they just outdrafted themselves. They just put themselves in a really bad position.
Yeah, not a draft you want to play. Maybe the heroes are good against the enemy, but not the draft overall. That it doesn't match up well. The heroes don't match up and don't have an idea when you're going to win the game and what you're going to do, apart from the laning stage. But what I'm not liking in the Spirit draft is that the Pango and the Batrider, that's not a strong lane. If you're a Batrider on the offlane or position 4, you want a hero that has a stun.
You're 5 though. If you're Bat, you're either offlane or 5. That's how you do it.
Okay. Yeah. But then again, like if it's a position 4 Pango, you'd rather have something that has a slow, that has a stun, that makes you able to fly over your opponents rather than just this. Because, I mean, of course you can skip the wave, but it's not really the best situation. Bat likes to dive, Bat likes to get kills.
Alright. A hero that's pretty decent versus these beefy, chunky boys on the offlanes. If any of them are played there, it's also pretty good versus the Spectre. You are able to hunt her down later on too. It gives you a pretty solid win condition overall. And I think if you have this bat, you're probably rolling it on 5 or on 3. If it's offlane, then your Grimstroke probably lanes with him. Pango is also, yeah.
But overall, a perfect Slark game. Very limited lockdown, almost no lockdown, and you have beefy heroes that don't do a lot of damage, that don't do burst damage, so you have a lot of ways to get the stacks up and to actually run away from the fight. Though, Spectre, does she still have the minus cooldown of the dagger on the talents? If she does, that's one of the ways you play against the Slark as a Spectre,
she does.
because you always see him. You always see him, you always use the dagger on him, and you can always see the Slark, so he cannot heal. So that's one of the ways you can play a Spectre into Slark, though overall it's a favorable matchup for the Slark.
So we're liking what we're seeing so far from Spirit. Seems, again, the drafting side can go pretty well for both sides, but question is it going to be enough when it comes down to it?
I like their possibilities now when it comes to the laning stage. They have ways of out-laning Virtus.pro, but if that Prophet is, it doesn't even matter if Rezo plays it or if no one plays it. You will have this hero that's just backed up by an Abaddon. And I don't see the way for Team Spirit to deal with that easily. Usually you could say you can disposition her with the Bat Rider. Jump in, lasso, get her out of position, then deal with her. But she has this Abaddon that will be able to completely stop their aggression, to save her. And I've seen this Virtus Pro draft before. If you're Team Spirit, you need to find a way to break through all the sustain that they've got. They're very beefy, and they have a lot of sustain.
It's kind of where the Slark comes in. He goes in, hits, runs
Gets
out,
his stacks
hits,
up.
hits.
Yeah.
That's kind of how you want to fight. It's not the easiest way to fight.
Lina.
They go for a Lina. They do miss some burst damage, which you need against the Death Prophet. It wins the lane, but I'm not a fan of it, especially not against the Spectre. You don't have any saves on your team. Spectre just gets on top of your head and you die.
But you don't even know that the Death Prophet is mid for
Yeah,
sure.
you
That's
don't
also
know.
the problem. Like, you just picked Alina and you're not sure if Death Prophet is going to be even mid or not.
This is, I mean, I'm never a fan of Alina, to be honest, right now.
There is a flex though. You could still play Alina on a support and put Bat Rider mid even, right? So it's very flexible on the side of Team Spirit. But no, really, these heroes can roll pretty much anywhere. And Lina isn't that, I mean, it's not your best position for right now, but for a really long period of time, she was pretty good at that spot. So that's also an option for
Even so, Spectre presses R and you die. Even if you're a position 4, because he gets all the vision. I'd rather see the Lina on the core and actually having maybe some defensive item so that she can survive the Spectre. But now Virtus Pro might be looking at something like that can jump in, that can actually follow up on the Spectre when it gives vision. You kill the Lina, bam, Spirit doesn't have damage to kill your Death Prophet, then you're in really big trouble. So definitely not the fan of the Lina. I can see it working, but it's really hard to play against.
Imagine if they could fit in a Bloodseeker somehow versus the Pango versus the Slark. It would be pretty sick, but I don't think it fits that lineup.
Yeah,
and also, we did see a couple of Bloodseekers lose to Slark Pangos, so I'm not sure what Virtus Pro needs. Their lineup looks for me already pretty solid. They have the objective taking, you have the late game win condition with the Spectre, the utility that comes from the Abba is there too. They can just pick and choose which way to go. Perhaps I think they're considering putting this Death Prophet on the offlane with something like an Abaddon, and then just ending the draft with a solid mid laner here.
What would that be?
I got a lot of choice to get it all done with. Seems a bit more comfortable for VP though.
Definitely, you pick Alina when you don't know what to do, literally, because the hero can do a lot, but
it's because
she
of
wins
the
the lane.
Prophet as well, right?
She wins the lane. You need some burst.
Yeah, that's what they did. I think that's what they did. It doesn't have to be 100% sure, but I think that Prophet, because of the Lina matchup, the Kunkka will be mid, and then you will put the Death Prophet plus. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it will be the Ogre there, huh?
I think the Abba follows the Bat Rider, so they don't care. They don't care what they have with the DP. Both of these heroes work fine. Kunkka really deals well with most of these heroes. He's solid against the Slark as well because of the X. I mean, Lina is now forced to go for a Yules, which is not going to make her any more beefier.
You like that Yules anyway. Yeah. I mean, that Yules on Lina is something like why heroes such as Lina are sometimes picked into a Kunkka is because you do have that Yules, which is the natural build-up for you, and it semi-counters the X marks the spot at least. But overall, I like what Virtus Pro have got going once again. I do see the win condition from Team Spirit, but yeah, I think Virtus Pro will outplay them once again.
Yeah.
This Abaddon and that Prophet on the offlane should do.
So Liz is staying with Virtus Pro.
I am going with Virtus Pro as well. Their lineup seems
You're
easier to
flip-flopping
play.
again.
So what?
How dare you?
So what? It's because I'm looking at the draft. I'm not favoring the team like you.
Hairy flip-flop freak. That's the new name. That's how we're going down with it. Let's get into the game, guys. Thank you once again. It could be looking at a 2-0 here for Virtus Pro. We'll have to wait and see how it goes down. But Toby and Lacoste, do you agree with our guys? Do you think it's going to be this easy for Virtus Pro, or do you find a magic way that Spirit can make this work?
Now, VP definitely have the mentality going into this game, but do they have the draft, Lacoste?
Virtus Pro, they adjusted their lanes. They had I believe their first thought was we're gonna put the Baron on the off lane, but then he's playing against the Slark. They also picked Lina against their Dead Prophet, so they're switching things around. Now they will have Dead Prophet against the Slark.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be okay lane. That's a lot of harassment from Dead Prophet Ogre. And on the mid lane, Kunkka barely loses any of the matchups. You're playing against Lina, which means that you're going to get harassed a lot, but there's always an X-Mark play, TP back to base, heal up. That's why Kunkka is such a strong mid laner.
DP actually looks like she's going to be against the Batrider. Slark's going to be playing the mid versus Kunkka. At least the observer from Virtus Pro will see everything very, very early on. And
I think they're still gonna put Lina mid and just avoid this Dead Prophet and Ogre lane and have Slark against Spectre. That's what Team Spirit wants.
Yeah, GPK is coming back to it. It just looked like the way they were moving that maybe they would have tried to give that a crack. But yeah, Slark's waiting up on the top. And Pango will try and contest the bounty rune. And there she just walk off the bounty. Suppose it's fine. Virtus Pro's already got both of the bounties from bottom lane, so it's a 2-2 trade.
Yes, it is.
How's this mid Kunkka meant to like round up the VP lineup? As you said, they kind of switched their lanes up with their last pickup. They took a lot of extra time for this. Is this enough of a stun? Enough like team fight control?
It's just a control for Slark. They needed something that controls the Slark, like pre-BKB. Right now they have much stronger team fight with Dead Prophet, Spectre, a Baron position 5 who's just going to be dishing out like heals, shields, and Kunkka needs to control the Slark. I was trying to figure out like which hero they're going to go for. It was like very tough. They were limited, so they needed to also adjust the lanes. And I think Virtus Pro did it correctly.
Yeah. Looks like Spirit are actually running for now a tri-lane off lane. The Batrider all by himself. It looks like Spectre's okay with this, at least for the moment. The creep wave is a little bit all over the shop. It's pretty... oh, actually, Slark is going to dive under this, try and contest ILTW for the farm. At least takes the range creep as a deny.
And you want to push your lane, like what Team Spirit is doing. Make Spectre farm underneath the tower. And then you pull your lane to the side camp, which did not happen. I believe Solo was body blocking it. Like, it's very important to abuse this side camp when you're playing the off lane.
Merchants come to the bottom lane. I think he wants to help out. He probably doesn't know about the aggressive... Well, he definitely won't know about it. The aggressive Dire Observer Ward that saw his movement in.
So right now, Team Spirit, they have 2 lanes that they wanted. They wanted to have a Slark against double melee lane. And they have a Batrider against this Ogre and Dead Prophet. So they are getting a lot with just this lane setup. Also mid lane, pretty equal so far. Lina a couple more denies, but... in terms of gold, it doesn't matter anymore.
And ILTW needs a little bit more room to breathe. With Doga coming to the top, I don't know if that's going to be enough to really nail that. At least Abaddon can zone out the Batrider and contest the last part of the pull. But Resolution doesn't want to have anything to do with this just yet. In fact, it's top lane where Ogre, dropping down rather low, gets back to the tower.
No, Drogo died. Courier. Also, I want to see Doratio picking up Orb of Venom in this lane. He's playing against 2 melee heroes, and he just bought it. Like, it gives you kill potential. Once he hits that Acid Shift level 2, look at him, how aggressive he's playing on the top lane. Like, it's a 3-Slark game if you say that X-Mark is the only spell that can counter him.
As long as they can ensure him the farm, then maybe it looked pretty damn good. Does he have enough early on to actually go for fights? Like, do you get Diffusal? Do you go for a hunt? Are there enough heroes that you can actually kill off to go for that early aggressive style like item build?
Yeah, the Fuse Blade, it's the best item on the Slark you can get.
Yeah.
Like the
Just
mana
wondering, like,
burn,
if he tries to get like more farm orientated items instead.
like what, Midas?
I just probably not that. I don't know, like we got like Echo Saber, something
No,
like that.
It just doesn't feel right. The Fuse Blade is much stronger, and you can get like Shadow Blade after upgrade it to Silver Edge, not necessarily straight away against Spectre.
Trying to finish up the last bit of farm. I think Solo wants an extra bit of help. Oh wait, he popped down. He came off the hill. I guess it all still works, but Solo will try and track down the Batrider and see if he can finish him off. In fact, Batrider just TPs all the way back down to the tier 1 tower after cutting the wave and getting some CS. Oh, it's up on top lane. The Centaur even helping out with the stuns, making it difficult for Zayek to move down. He's too early to go for the bounty runes, but he's definitely in time to die. One more attack from Misha will find that kill. There's no permanent essence onto the Slark. But it is first blood to Team Spirit. A lot better than game 1.
Oh, for sure. Like, this Slark is gonna have free time. What's the CS on him? 21, 9, Spectre 17. Well, Spectre's doing much better than I expected, considering that she has a melee support, and they're playing against Slark in the lane. No one is level 6.
Having
He's
a crack.
actually going for this one.
Yeah, full combination on the Pangolier. Bringing in Solo. They don't have enough damage, however. There were stick charges available for Pango. He just swashbuckles back to the tier 1 tower, so Immersion is fine. And GPK's like, well, what did I miss?
That's why I was wondering, why is he using both? Like, it's not like they're getting a kill on Pango, who had 7 sticks. Batrider trying to cut the waves. Doesn't
Going
have
up
a
on top.
TP yet.
Bad Mill shield up. They're getting some really cool initiations with this Slark pounce on Inkswell. So impossible for anyone to stand on that lane. That's why Spectre's like, yeah, screw this, I'm out. I'm going bottom.
Also, Slark is getting some solo XP, which means that once he hits level 6, you can't really harass him, so no one can come to the top lane. And I don't mean their mid laner, no one, Kanka. I mean, literally no one can stand once Slark hits level 6, and you don't have the best way to rotate with your position 4s and 5s. Like, every single spell he can get out of it, except the X mark.
They're coming to the bottom lane. Slark instantly walks into the creep wave, so LTW at least gets him a little bit of an indication about this. Pounce very much off target. So shield up the Spectre. Inkswell is out, and Slark to change his targets over towards the Abaddon. And that's his first permanent agi he gets to gain. And Spectre is already leaving. Up on top, but now Resolution, you'll have to TP down to the bottom lane if you want that farm. I would
Just
say that, like,
Slark, that's the plan.
yeah, they're doing a pretty damn good job of it. Like, when it comes to top 5 net worths, 3 of them by far belong to, 3 of them belong to Virtus Pro. The top 2 belong to Spirit. But it's the Batrider who's falling decently behind, going for this BT build. And the initiation of Spirit feels a little rough until Slark can just do it all himself.
And Slark just hit level 6, has a Clarity running, needs to bring more either Mangoes or Clarities to be full mana. Like, you can see they're just dodging Slark. It's like playing against the Timbersaw right now. You do not want to come to his lane.
Pango just easily broke the smoke of Virtus Pro, sits behind the tower, survives. No one will now find him, and he's going to commit a combination, or at least attempt it. Pick him up, throw him down. There's an extra silence from Resolution to ensure they do find that kill. GPK will TP over. But it feels like a pretty heavy commitment from Virtus Pro just to kill off the support Pango.
They need to get whatever they can from the map right now, any kind of experience for their supports. I mean, Ogre position 4, who didn't have a good laning stage, is just Ogre 5. Like, the hero, you're not gonna get any, like, item. He's the only hero that can buy Hand of Midas right now, I believe. And you're nowhere near that.
Haste runes coming up towards the top. LTW wants to try and keep this Batrider out of play. I think no one's realized that the move has been scouted out. The observer ward saw Zayak moving in. That's why Batrider makes a break for the trees. You hit level 6 over on the Death Prophet, which means you kind of want a little bit of push power to come from Virtus Pro.
Supports are very low. I believe you can't group up yet around that Prophet ulti.
So what do? You keep the farm going? It feels like that plays more in Team Spirit's hands. Like, it's easy farm for the Lina to get a Eul Scepter set up. Slarky is going to get that Echo Saber. Alright, find a kill on top. At least that's the attempt. Batrider getting back to the tier 1 tower will take to the skies, and Virtus Pro don't have any vision.
Problem is, these two supports position 4 and 5s of Virtus Pro right now. They can't push the lanes. I think they did a good job, like, adjusting the draft in terms of, like, we're gonna have a better lanes. But then Team Spirit just did, what if we don't lane it this way? Like Galaxy Brain plays. All they had to do is switch. And it's working out well for them.
Dive on Batrider again. This time he's got no Firefly on cooldown for another 5 seconds. Trying to get a little bit of extra distance. Firefly will now come off cooldown so he can take to the skies. But LTW stays with him and Resolution rotates to the top lane. They were setting up for a go on mid. In fact, no one's trying to do it solo. Almost killing off Immersion, but he may just lose his own life for this. The shield crash forward, Spectral Horn forward, able to find at least one and maybe a second. That Kunkka. Not only does he survive, he finds the kill. And with the catapult wave, they look to keep the pressure on.
And that was about with Arcane Rune, which means he's going to have it in another 30 seconds once again, and then they can keep fighting. Slark is going for your item build, Toby.
Uh-huh.
Echo Saber. Oh, I don't know.
I'm not just saying, man. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying I'm saying.
I mean, it gives you double hit slow, but I still prefer the extra damage plus a slow from the Fusel Blade.
Here's the Exorcism out from Resolution. You said they weren't certain they could group up. Both the supports of 5, both from Kunkka, on the run as Immersion, rolling thunders through the mid lane. He'll go out to safety. Slark still having a free game on bottom lane. ILTW's come down here now to try and stop this push into the tier 1 tower so they can keep their own rebuttal. The Virtus Pro will lose their second Observer Ward in the span of a minute, reducing all their vision on the northern side of the map. And now back up before the tower comes within deny range.
We didn't talk about like Team Spirit mid-game fight execution. Grimstroke, double Laguna Blade, double Lasso. It's always going to be good. Like the combo that they have, once Batrider gets a Blink Dagger, it's going to be much easier to execute. And wondering what kind of item build Lina will go for. I would prefer to go Aghanim Scepter, like Ether Lens Aghanim Scepter, where you are just spell damage dealer. And once again, it makes this combo much easier to execute from far away. Pango, just steal the invis.
Almost thought you wanted to let him walk down a little further. They have their own observer on the hill. The Dire Sentry is actually in range. If at any point they get flying vision, they might get something out of it. Resolution's getting a lot of space up on top. He's almost completed the mech. He's now 250 gold away from that. So he's going to play this aura surviving. The medic 3 position off lane. Solo might be in a little bit of trouble. Rolling Thunder into the Ink Spill underneath the tower. Abaddon stunned up and killed off before he can get any kind of shields up. And before that level 6 has arrived, it's going to be a little bit harder to kill him next time once he does have 6.
They give kill to Slark. He gets Perma Agi. That's the second Perma Agi for him. He's doing Scotty next item. I guess he just wants to tank up. Like, a good build would be either... I'm not gonna say this Echo Saber because I'm not really a fan of it, but like the Fusel Blade, the S&Y Satanic, you don't die. Like, you can stand the ground and just fight.
It seems like he's preparing for late game against the Spectre, if that's meant to be the answer. But Kunkka's #1 net worth on the field. Like, they've got some good combinations to keep the push going. Virtus.pro now bring numbers to the bottom lane. Once again, a baton being initiated on. He's so close to level 6, but does not have the borrowed time yet. Now, 4 heroes on the bottom ready to try and fight for Virtus.pro. I'm looking for the Lina. She can TP out. She's currently bottling up and getting her charges up and running. The silence over on Slark. Get pulled back. X marks spot combining with the boat. They'll get the stun, but Slark able to get inside the Shadow Dance, and that's a very, very deep death profit. Has to one charge and then mech as well, but only Thunder from Immersion buys electric time and Resolution. Didn't get a lot. Now Resolution gets up in the air with the ultimate from GPK. One more attack. In fact, it's the Firefly will end up killing him up, but into the back lines. ILTW kills off GPK. Finally, the Soulbind has arrived as Batrider is battling inside the fire and the flames. Buyback coming in from Pango. They want to ensure that this Spectre dies. With the Flame Break back and Slag pouncing forward, they're gonna find this kill. And Virtus.pro, they really forced the issue and they got forced back.
That Prophet is very strong, very tanky. You have a Baton healing her up. Problem is, a Baton is 1 creep away from level 6, so he can't get really close. But that Prophet with mech 21 charges, like, she is really tanky. The problem is, like, Spectre doesn't deal that much damage. Also, Immersion didn't have to buy back there. They would still grab the kill. Important thing is Slark is not dying. Slark should be able to take control of this game completely in the next, like, 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah. On no one. All right. He's going to go for the X-Mark turret. Just misses the timing slightly. Slark was already looking to get off with the Dark Pact. Are they really going to try and fight this one again?
I think Virtus.pro understands that their position 4s and 5s don't, like, scale. They're strong right now. Kunkka with the armlet. That Prophet doesn't have ulti, but they still want to make any kind of plays, even if they show on the bottom. If they can disengage, give time to Spectre.
Mid lane.
That she can farm the items.
Lagoon is out. Death Prophet has extra heal thanks to the 1 charges as well as the mech. Solo will also arrive to get the shields. Immersion staying under the Soulbind out once again. Solo getting a lot more of the snipe back as Death Prophet starts the Spirit Siphon. Slark is dropping very, very low, but they need more help. They need more damage, but no one's TP's on cooldown. He cannot join the fight. Spectre's Haunt also on cooldown and TP on cooldown, so Spirit, they know this is currently, it's them versus 3 of Virtus.pro. They took the tier 1 tower, but now Kunkka will arrive. Looking for an X-Mark target. Can't get in range of anybody. So Team Spirit will back up. And Slark looks for his new target.
It seems like they're not on the same page. Lina was just hitting the tower instead of trying to cut into backlines. Pop the spells on the targets that were soul-binded. But I think it's a correct choice from Lina. Don't dive. Like, we are having a okay advantage right now.
He doesn't have a combination to work with. Resolution is holding the Exorcism for the moment. Spectral Horn's off cooldown in 5 seconds time. They would love to try and actually take a fight underneath their own tower if they had one. But the Rolling Boulder comes forward. Kunkka, that ship needs to come down, but the silence, well, the ship did come off in time. So everyone drunk on rum for Virtus.pro, looking for the follow-up stun. Now the Spectral Horn will arrive. Immersion cops so much damage so quickly. He tries to bounce back out again with his 1 charges and shield crush, but it won't work. And now it's Slark trying to find underneath the Shadow Dance. It's a good silence. He can't just pounce away, but Laguna Blade putting Resolution down, and the lasso controlling Kunkka. Perfect core control from Team Spirit. Now they can just keep running through. Solo is low, but they're focusing on the 3rd core. It's ILTW. Tipping before he dies. He almost killed off Slark, but Slark will survive. The 3 cores from Virtus.pro is what Team Spirit claim.
I love the way Team Spirit is playing right now. Their, like, execution in team fights is on point. You see Panga rolling in, Grimstroke pops the Ink Swell on him, and then he cuts into backlines. Find the baton, get a couple of stuns. It's so hard for Virtus.pro to take a fight. Like, they don't have the BKBs, and they're not gonna have them for quite some time, I believe. So right now, Team Spirit, they can abuse that. They have very good spell damage. There is no, like, pipe builder on their side. Resolution going straight into Guardian Greaves. Kanka needs to be the one controlling the Slark. They can kill him right now. He is not unkillable, for sure.
I was going to kill Kanka instead.
Spells.
He's trying to torrent to create some space. Laguna Blade's already out. Double TPs are on the way from Virtus Pro. Soul is the first one to get there. Actually buying some time for no one to back up behind the tower. He doesn't have anything else to give, however, apart from his support heroes to die. That's exactly what they will give Virtus Pro. Perfect chain stones from GPK gives him the double kill. And they'll take the tier 1 tower.
Right now, it's just falling apart for Virtus Pro. Like, they understand that this Slark is the strongest hero in the game, and he's going back for that Scotty build. Like, I personally think it's much, much better if you just get, like, the tanky items. You get either SNY into Satanic, or you get Scotty, and then you can get, like, a Silver Edge and just hunt down people, also break the Spectre. Interesting, he decided to keep the Dragon Scale instead of Ring of Aquila on Slark.
Maybe feeling a little threatened. Very close to finishing up that Scotty. New wave function should be kind of nice for a Slark. Virtus Pro, they want to try and make sure they get at least 2 of these bounty runes. Because they're not going to get tops, they got to fight bottom. With Vision up on the hillside. Virtus Pro, they really don't want this. Well, they don't know they don't want this, but now they're going to know that they don't want this. Resolution walks forward. The shields are there from Solo to break Resolution free. He did pick up the bounty rune, but the battle has already begun. Once again, Pangolier into the backline. Solo, the borrowed time will give him an escape opportunity. X marks the spot. Nope, couldn't get it off on the Slark. And Virtus Pro is still sitting underneath the Radiant Observer Ward. It's like everything they're doing is currently known by Spirit.
Your position 4 and 5 on Virtus Pro, they can't farm the items. That's the problem. The only way you get the gold is either you stack something and then your Spectre farms it, or you take a team fight and pray you're getting a kill.
I don't think I like the sound of those options.
Or you find Philosopher's Stone. Abaddon has one.
That'll work. Find free money. BT's the All Scepter Bat Rider. Wants to have a bit of play with Kunka. You see no one's mentality right there too. As quick as he possibly can, just throws down the Ghost Ship, expecting there to be a lot more heroes behind him, but reveals the fact that Virtus Pro have no information on Spirit's movements. Slark just wants to finish up his last point booster. A little bit more money. Pick up the Scotty. And in fact, they're going to fight even before he has the Scotty. 4 men smoke up, and they're headed over.
That Scotty could change things quite a lot. Like new Scotty, 35 less regen and lifesteal, and they have a lot of regen and heals.
Sending Kunka to the front lines. He's got the halberd available. He'll need an extra couple of health. Solo there for the shield, so he can break Kunka free pretty quickly. No rum available, however, in the Soulbind lasso. It only actually caught out 1, but they'll stick with him. They're looking for the kill over from the Barrada. ILTW in the backlines couldn't pick off GPK. It's a good stroke of fate. Buying some space for Slark. Flamebreak actually pushing Resolution forward, but the Light Strike array from Lina, it creates more space. Misha is the only one they can really catch up to. They smoke up for some extra movement speed. Misha will go down. He's actually worth 312 gold. Oh, that's very different to game 1. Virtus Pro actually repels Spirit out of their own jungle.
Spirits are running out on that Prophet. I don't think they have enough damage to get into the Roche Pit. And this is what Team Spirit needs to do. They need to try to go in and out of the fights. They have like no long cooldowns. They can keep fighting all the time, and that's how you want their fights to be with the Slark.
Have they got another control? They're trying to get closer. There's some slow, but nope, not going to happen. Nice heal set from GPK. Means he can steal the Arcane Rune from Resolution. Not just steal, also contain inside the bottle. And he's going for that Aghanim Scepter build you wanted.
It's very powerful. You can blow up Abaddon before he gets the ulti off. Like, it's just the pure damage is always going to be good against the Spectre as well. He's very close to it, just 800 gold away from it. New Slark with the new Scotty. He's ready to take a fight. Like, I believe Team Spirit needs to shout out the waves. and then go for a fight. There's no dead profit ulti, and they're relying so much on DP to be able to deal the damage.
In we go.
That's one way to start a fight.
That it is. Let's see if they got enough. You said no Spectral Horn, no Exorcism. Two huge abilities that are required. Solar's going to come in. The smoke will break. So yeah, Roshan's happening. He just walks into the pit. The silence quickly onto Kunkka. Penance Embrace is removed. Flame Break bouncing around. Resolution needs to help him out. Solo, he's holding the shield still to make sure he can break somebody free. And it's got to actually be the Kunkka. The Soul Binder's good, combining with the lasso. The Kunkka, the ship, it'll finally come in, but it's all too late. Virtus Pro completely trapped on their own ramp. ILTW cannot find its way back up again. 4 heroes down. You're about to make it 5. No borrowed time for Solo. He'll shield. He'll stand his grounds like maybe I can pick up nothing.
This is it, Toby. Pack it up. We're gonna have a game number 3. I don't want to be a downer, but I believe this game is not looking good for the Virtus Pro. Like 2 supports, once again, not doing anything. That Prophet was very close to having ulti in that team fight, and I mean, you're fighting into Lina with Ether Lance.
You know, I really don't know where Dota Pass gets win probability from, but it says it's a 50-50 game right now. I am not feeling that at all.
I mean, you couldn't even kill Slark once so far, and it's only gonna become harder and harder. Like, he is level 17, full Scotty plus Aegis. Good luck dealing with Slark.
And he's still going for full late game item build. He's going for the butterfly next. I'm sorry, it's like none of your early game items you're asking for, but it won't matter if he keeps finding kills. ILTW, you just Spectral Daggered over this. Slark, the Observer Wards get planted, but it's a little too late. Spectre's already backed up. If they got that kill, you're looking at no buyback for the Spectre. You're looking at basically a ticket to go high ground. Oh, immersions? Faking out the Rolling Thunder. Thinks about it. Resolution gonna let the silence go. Gambit, maybe GPK able to actually help out. Landed an extra stun, but it wasn't enough space for Immersions to get away to safety. Misha also on the run, but Slark's waiting for his time to fight. Remember, he's got Aegis the Immortal. He wants to get to the back lines, and they managed to get Resolution's Exorcism to burn. This feels like a huge victory for Spirit.
Oh, they're fine with that. Every single time Exorcism is used and they don't kill neither Lina nor Slark, I think they're fine with that. Like, if Slark wants to play this kind of a game, he could get Aghanim Scepter and then again blink out.
Stun control's pretty damn good, but hey, remember, he's still got the Aegis Immortal, so you kill him once, you gotta kill him twice. Perfect double silence, perfect double Laguna, and double lasso. Everything together that can be doubled up. Super size me, Team Spirit. Resolution, maybe they still want to try and fight. Kunkka buys back into the game. Solo actually dies to the Phantom's Embrace, but remember, Slark, he hasn't died yet. Immersion's TP'd in towards the outpost, so now he's good to go as well. Quick jump forward, slow down the Ogre. Good stun from Zyke will create a little extra space when you get hit by the Inkswell, but my god, Slark already on the back lines, already on top of no one with a rolling boulder from Immersions. They keep the stuns going under the tier 3 towers. The good silence from Resolution, but it's not stopping this Slark with so much stolen agility from continuously fighting. Maybe now they'll bounce back out, but they're going to die back over on no one. And you know Spirit just want to get back in there again. Regenerate back up and go for the fight.
It's so easy for Slark to do whatever he wants in that fight. Like 31 Essence Shift stolen, permanent 11. They didn't even take the Aegis off of him.
Yeah. No. This game feels like it's pretty much done. Spectre is looking for something up on the top lane. Have to TP back pretty soon. You're going to lose this mid-tier 3 no matter what. Light Strike Array connects and Resolution. They pounce forward with Laguna Blade out and the Flame Break. There's a lot of damage into Resolution. Slark's already got the kill. Back to the tier 3 tower. The tier 2 towers are still up, so they can't push in instantly. Team Spirit, they can take this Rax and just back up. And that's probably why ILTW is taking the time on top lane to try and finish a Diffusal Blade. Then maybe he can get on top of the Lina.
Slark just got a bottle from Lina, so he's gonna bottle up the double damage. Age is still up and running for 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's gonna be full butterfly and 1,000 gold on Slark.
Spectre shows herself. Batrider's got to get there quick enough to get the Yule Scepter. Not enough vision during the nighttime, however.
And Slark has lifesteal talent level 15, plus Vlad's extra 20% lifesteal on top of that.
Then evasion butterfly and
Yeah.
everything else. Still got Aegis to the Immortal for the moment. And then they smoke up and they're running towards the mid. Looking for a fresh target. Resolution will present himself. He's got the creeps available, the pounds forward, and you see the double damage turn on. You see Resolution's life go to 0. Zyke also wants to try and retreat back out here, but I'm sorry, man, that ain't gonna happen. Even the Abaddon solo, a borrowed time will trigger. They'll take him back up to full because, hey, why not? You can keep building up your Essence Shift, and this really finish the game up. Take out the tier 4 towers. Virtus Pro just don't have the numbers to fight anymore. And this is a big win for Team Spirit. After what happened in Game 1, they fought back in Game 2, and they're going to push it into a decider. They do not want to give up. They do not want to allow Virtus Pro to have that top 4 position, even if they are trapped in the lower part of this group stage. They will still fight to the bitter end against Virtus Pro.
Team Spirit did a better job just setting up the lanes, so they were just by having this lane setup, they were winning 2 lanes. They were winning Slark's lane and they were winning Batrider's lane. Mid lane was doing, I'd say, pretty even for the first 10 minutes. Kanka will get the farm eventually, but
does this series just feel? Does this series feel like the issues of the 3s who become 5s? Solo went 0-7 in this one as well. Like, did he have enough of an influence with the Ogre, the supports? Are they really going to come online?
It's just these 2 supports together. Like, there's no real synergy, and they can't make any rotation. They lost the laning stage. They have no ways of coming back into a team fight, into a game where you can't farm. You can't push the lanes. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, they got to solve the problem for Game 3.
Yes, they do have to solve the problem for Game 3 for sure. I think both teams have just showed us what they can do in their own wins when it comes to this one, guys. But at least Spirit, they're going down and they're going to be putting up a fight either way, right? They're not going to let this happen. They were going to come out strong. And that Slark, you guys mentioned it, was able to get away with murder, quite literally.
They literally... After the first game, it's hard to go for Team Spirit after you see how crushed they were, and also they're playing versus Virtus Pro, and you're like, okay, they're gonna find a way to win this second match as well. But man, did they outdraft them? I said that their opening, like we discussed it, the opening picks were really heavily favored for Team Spirit. The flexibility of their draft really allowed them to just adjust their game accordingly. And then you're playing versus these 2 supports, the Ogre and the Abaddon. But you forced that. Like, Ogre, okay, Virtus Pro first picked that, Ogre Spectre. That already puts them in an awkward position. Then you pick a Bat to force out the Abaddon pick. Abaddon gets picked, and Virtus Pro at that moment think Abaddon is position 3. But then you pick a Slark, and now you're forcing the Abaddon in a support as well. So Virtus Pro was completely adjusting not only their lanes, but their positions as well to Team Spirit's draft. Something very similar to the Game 1, but it happened to Team Spirit. So 2 games that don't really tell us a lot about the way these 2 teams match in skill level, but mostly in the drafting stage, I think they were settled.
I agree. It looked like an outdraft, but to me it's more like the first game, Virtus Pro had the better strategy overall in the game, and in the second game Spirit had the better strategy. If Virtus Pro gets solid lanes here, they can play their game. But if they start losing their lanes as they did, then it's just looks like
the question is, how do you get good lanes? How? Like, no team is going to allow you to get good lanes here. That's the thing.
I mean,
you can't set up your laning stage because Batrider will always follow you. Abaddon, you can't set up a lane versus Slark, and you can't set up a lane versus Abaddon. So you're losing your side lanes no matter what. Maybe some crazy tri-lane.
I kind of looked at it as Spectre doesn't want to be against the Slark, and Abaddon wants to be against the Batrider. And that's possible, because Slark and Batrider are position 1 and 3. and that's how you wanted it to work out. Though again, to your point, if it's easier for Spirit to set up these lanes, it's definitely easier. So like, if they set up their lanes as they want, they have greater mobility, they have more flexibility, apart from these two supports that don't have wave clear, don't have anything apart from maybe we're gonna help the lanes, and then it goes really, really bad.
Whatever happens, you end up, if you're Virtus Pro, you're ending up with two supports that are Ogre and Abaddon. Lacoste talked about this, we discussed it as well in the drafting stage. You have two heroes that don't scale well, you have a position 5 Abaddon, position 4 Ogre Magi. In some other game, maybe it can work. In this, it can't, because it's very similar to the Secret story in which they had Oracle and Undying. You have two position 5s that are just aren't contributing to the game. On the other hand, you have this Grimstroke that, even without items, he was already very strong, very impactful. He uses that Inkswell on the Rolling Thunder, and then he uses Soulbind. You have two Lagunas, two Lassos, plus an Inkswell Rolling Thunder. Like, just by casting his spells without any items, he changes the pace of the team fight completely. So.
And one more thing I have to say, I don't like the Lina pick overall, but then you see how Team Spirit, what they actually wanted from it. They don't have the last pick, and the only thing that they wanted from this Lina, back to Lizard's point, how they laned this perfectly, they just want a hero that's not gonna lose the mid lane, so that the enemy mid laner can snowball off of that, help the side lanes, and then hinder their idea of how they want to win the game. And that's why they pick Kalina. And when you're looking at the draft, you're just like, okay, they maybe didn't know what they were doing, but they knew exactly how it seems. We just want to not lose the mid lane, and we are gonna win our side lanes, thus winning the game. And it's like, strategy-wise, Spirit blew me off this game.
Solid stuff from Spirit, but can they handle it in game 3? I guess from my side of things here is Spectre came in twice now for VP. We said they liked it. Do you think they're just going to try and come away from it now they became
maybe switch up that support that you open up with? That's also the thing. I think the Ogre kind of puts you in this, or at least ban out the Bat. That's also an option. I think banning out the Bat, you can open up with pretty much the same thing. But if you pick up this Ogre Spectre and you give them Grimstroke, also Grimstroke is very important as the first pick for Team Spirit, because it allows them to then afterwards pick that Pango as well. And Pango is also very flexible, can be anywhere. So, just the draft and the way it was formed is what makes it so good. Their reactions to the picks of Virtus Pro, and in which, for what pick they picked what they got. Like getting the first Grimstroke, then the Batrider, then the Pango, 3 heroes that are very flexible, and then you finish off with the Slark and the Lina. It all makes a lot of sense when you see the consecutiveness of the picks.
Well, when it comes down to what we expect from these two teams, right, I want to see a longer game. I don't want to see one dominate the whole way through now when it comes to, right, because you guys were very happy with how the drafting went in general from both times of it, but I feel like if we go into this third and final game, right, we want that epic, banging game to come out at the end for it all.
Are we gonna get it? It's not something that we get too often in the CIS region, so...
you did say how messy it can be up and down.
Yeah, it can be very messy. If only, maybe we get the bloodbath. I think that's the best that we can hope for.
The CIS bloodbath.
Yeah, something like that.
Could be on the cards with it. We'll wait for the draft to kick in here. But from what you've seen from Spirit, right, and what you've seen from Virtus Pro, do you still think Virtus Pro are still not playing up to their level, right? We're not seeing what we should do from them?
They're playing. I think the second game they got completely outplayed. The first game, I would say that they played really well to their standard. But then again, in that first game, they were playing versus a Necro position 4.
5,
whatever. The same is here. You're playing without a real position 4 as well. Ogre has 0 impact in this game, like absolutely nothing.
But you can see a way for it to work. So what you said at the beginning as well when it first got picked out.
I was thinking that you might even flex it on. Okay, it can work at the beginning when you see the opening, but then you remember that the Bat is picked up, and then you know that you can't just fit that Ogre anywhere as a position 5. And then you put in the Abaddon in the equation as well. Ogre can work, it's a solid hero, but not well paired with this Abaddon, you pretty much have these 2 position 5s that aren't able to far more bring anything to the table. Solo, when he plays the Ogre, it's fine. He's the sacrificial lamb. He'll run behind you, bloodlust you, and that's his job. He doesn't need anything. But if Zayats is playing it, you have to expect a little bit more from him, because you also give the hero some more farm priority. And in this game, it just looked like 2 5s. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, you have like heroes that are reliant on the lanes, then you lose the lanes, then you can just toss them away because they have no team fight, they have no way clear, they no farming capabilities, so they are really reliant on their cores having a good time. So if you can't get that right, then it's gonna be hard. Do you want to put yourself in that kind of a position? If you're really comfortable with your lanes and how you're going to play them, sure, you can do it. But if something like this happens, you kind of want to have a plan B, which is what they didn't have.
In Dota, we have CIS bloodbaths, right? It's not really as apparent now as it used to be before. When I was playing, they were like you would have 20 kills by minute 10, 2 kills a minute. Is there an equivalent in CSGO where you come from? Like, is there some teams that just rush or something like that?
Yeah, CIS region has the Rush B meme around it. Yeah. You can say that. Yeah, you can get away with saying that, Lizard. That's sure.
Yeah, I know. I don't know the language. I don't know what I said.
Of course, of course. I like it's like all zoom on Lizard right now. Yeah, make him suffer for a sec with that. No, I can get what you mean. There is some of those matches where it's just like they just keep sending, right? They just keep going and going and going, and eventually someone's gonna have to break for it.
It's fun. I mean, for me, Dota is fun because of the strategical approach. The drafts themselves are just a different game. You know, draft on its own is a game, and then you have to play it out as well. But it's also fun to just see teams clash. You know, just go at it like OG did with OGC, just constant team fights. It's also a fun thing to watch. I hope these 2 teams will allow us to see something like that in the last game, because the first 2 games really
just very one-sided. We knew what was going to happen very early on.
You can see once in the second game, especially. You see in the first game, you see the Spectre. She goes ham. There's no way to come back. The Furion as well is just way up ahead. And now you see the Slark pretty much doing the same thing. You don't see the counterplay. An Ogre with no items will not bring you enough control for that Slark. And I hope that we'll see something more even in the last game.
What needs to happen is that the side lanes, one goes for Virtus Pro, one goes for Team Spirit. That's what needs to happen.
That nice split. Yeah, like they just chill, everything's going well, and then we just slowly build up into it. Yeah.
Then we see the bloodbath.
Okay, so
that's the dream for you.
Let's just mention the draft a little bit. It's still on the screen. The Pango has been banned out by VP, so that's sort
respecting
of
the Pango.
Team Spirit. Yeah, the Shadow Demon and Oracle coming into the banning stage again from them.
Virtus Pro gets rid of the DP. Team Spirit, they have second pick, so Virtus Pro doesn't want the DP for themselves. I'm not sure what they're planning to get, since they don't want to play against the DP.
I mean, you're not opening up with a DP anyway, right, as the first pick?
They actually did it quite a few times. And look
Alliance
at where
did it, right, with Chen DP and Chen DK. They like that opening, actually, you're right.
So without the Oracle in the pool, I guess it's a bit lackluster.
Team Spirit, I guess they're thinking about their Centaur, something, Resolution heroes, right? They ban out 2 supports and 2 Rezo heroes. That's what they did previously, at least.
I would like to see them do that again. Actually, I think it's definitely the right call.
Do you ban out the Spectre though? Do you let it go through
no.
again? Do you ban out the Bat Rider if you are versus Pro now? They ban out the Bat, yeah. That's, I think the hero did cause them a lot of problems. You know, before the game started, just by picking that Bat Rider, it already
just threw them off the draft, right? They're like, okay, what do we use now?
I honestly think that one single pick just completely broke them. It broke their draft. The way they drafted afterwards, the way they adjusted to it, just didn't make it. Makes sense, but when you start playing it out, you see the mistakes that you have made in the drafting stage.
It's one of those on-the-spot drafts, right? It's not like they knew that Spirit was gonna take it. When sometimes actually captains are like, if they open with this, we get the Spectre Ogre, and then they will most likely get this hero. How do we counter it? They didn't know. Once it got out, then they were trying to adjust to it. In the end,
It was the next level. It was the next level play from Spirit because they opened up with the Grimstroke last game. We'll see if they open up the same this time. But when you open up with Grimstroke as your first pick, you don't expect like they did here. But now they again don't have to pick the Pango. They have the Grimstroke again. So for their second pick, they can go for something else. Let's see, they go with the Centaur. All right, so they don't ban it out. They snatch it for themselves. I like this. It looks like they're one step ahead after that first game. They're doing really well.
Yeah, it seems like they are. I'm not sure. Like Ember has been popular in this tournament, but I don't know how many games Virtus Pro actually played it.
Oh, they did.
They did a lot.
Not perhaps in Pushka League, but in ESL 1 as well. They played it quite a lot.
The doctor is in.
It's a very, very happy man over here right now, I'm sure.
This Banks is really making me uncomfortable with this hero.
Why? You see the Witch Doctor, I see you smiling.
No.
See, it happened straight away.
I'm smiling because it makes him happy. I don't want to be known for a hero I don't even have 100 games
But that's
played
all we
on.
want to do, make Banks happy.
Is that the point of
that's-
the... Okay.
See, first of all, the NIGMA fans make me happy.
Okay, then that's why I'm laughing, and I'm gonna continue to do so. Hopefully, he gets picked every game when we're together on the panel.
He's had a few wins in there, you know. Maybe we can add another one to it for you. I'm still waiting for Twitch chat can send us the total count by the end of the tournament of how well Witch Doctor's done for us.
Are you sure anyone's making that count?
Of course.
Carl has been on it non-stop. I know that for a fact. He is well into your Witch Doctor mode. Against it, but well into finding out how successful it'll be.
That's fine. He said it's not gonna get picked. We are seeing it
Definitely been picked. Yeah, that's for sure. Right. That's one thing you were 100% right on, is that you were saying you'd see it more often coming in. We have seen it throughout. We've seen it utilized correctly as well. So,
if this is the lane, it's Ember and Witch Doctor. It's actually something that deals solidly well with the Centaur, because you can actually kill him. Ember has a lot of damage. Maledict, obviously, we know what it does. On level 3, the Centaur can die. And that's actually the part where he wants to activate the retaliate stacks and fight. So you have kind of the counterplay, you don't have the Oracle to purge it off. He's still going to be doing a lot of damage, but he has to be careful of not dying himself. So.
One thing that's coming back into play is this cycle of drafts in the meta, right? Like, remember a week ago, Ember constantly first ban phase, right? But as drafts are progressing and people are picking different heroes and putting more value on different first picks, Ember slowly loses that priority, gets forgotten, but he's still just as strong. And now Virtus Pro go back into it. They pick it up once again.
For the first week, right, was Ember Spirit and Bristle back in there. Like, we would see at least every game would have one of those in.
Yeah.
I mean, those are one of those heroes that you kind of forget how to play against. You underestimate their damage, you underestimate what they do, then they come back into a meta and they look awesome for the first like 20 games, then they start to fall off, and at one point people again stop looking at them, and then bam, you pull him out. Here's the Ember. There's a good chance he does well in this game, because we haven't seen him like a few games where Virtus Pro.
There are two heroes here that obviously Witch Doctor and Ember on the side of Virtus Pro that love the Vessel as well. So that will come in handy versus the... Oh no! Oh, why didn't they ban it?
Oh dear.
That kid's demolition.
So this changes things drastically then, doesn't it?
It changes the game. The game is not the same when you have a Tekis.
Yeah, this changes things, guys. I'm out.
Lizard is done.
Tekis is just a hero. You stop playing Dota. You cannot move through the woods. You can't really push the towers. You always need to have those sentries ready. Everything is different with this hero. It's just...
I'm happy. Everyone bans out Tekis from Virtus Pro, from Zayats, and this guy is a treat to watch when he plays it, so why not? Just give him the hero.
Spirit have made a grave error, though?
It's a grave error, I think so. Yeah, because, like Harry said, he does completely make you play a different game, and it's just a difficult game. It's just a very difficult game to play. However, for the player that's playing Tekis, it's fun.
Yeah, he's having a field day.
It's always like, I am disgusting. I have like 300, 400 games on Tekis just in Dota 2, and I love it. I love making people miserable, though.
What?
So that's
You have 300 and 400?
that's the reason.
Wait, do you have it or
I have. Yeah.
you have it?
I love techies. I used to play it quite a lot before as well.
Just gonna be sat here ready, you know. My boy Axe is in the game, even though Carl maybe not a fan of him. He's
Can you
doing
do
well.
are you some ventriloquist? Can you like?
I cannot do that. I'm not even gonna try. Right, you know that could go horribly wrong. But you guys can pick up all of your merchandise, including the limited edition Dota stuff that you can find all on the We Play store. Axe comes into game. I got honorably gifted him because I only play 2 heroes. I only play Dragon Knight and Axe. T-Gov is coaching me now, though. You know. See, we're gonna come into this.
Oh.
Liz's face like you're not gonna do so well on that. T-Gov coaching you.
It's really interesting to me that the side of Spirit didn't pick a Phantom Lancer. Because it's just one of those heroes that deals really well with the techies. It goes into an early heart and...
The laning stage is horrible for you, though. You can maybe doppelgang the suicide once or twice, but you really require that doppelgang to get away, and then he just lands on top of you, deals 1,000,000 damage, silences you for 1,000,000 seconds, and runs you down.
Still, carry players love to play PL against the techies. I don't know if it's the same as team playing, because you rarely see a team playing techies, but it's definitely something that carry players like. They decided to go with the troll. It's decent. It also gets some tanky items. We can expect an early BKB or SNY and Satanic to actually tank him up, and then he can always get his ulti off. It's a decent hero. If I'm playing a carry inside of a game, since I can't play a Phantom Lancer, I always go troll against the techies. But man, do I hate that hero.
There is also an option for them. Yeah, you're playing into an Ember, but there's an option to pick a TA as well. It's kind of solid versus techies. That's something at least. But it's not only techies. You can't really just... That's the thing. You can't just be thinking about it. You need to deal with other heroes. But versus Pro, they snatch that TA away from them, and they're going to be playing it. Viper is banned out. Razor is banned out. There are heroes that work well against her still in the pool that you can pick. Perhaps Spirit can do something wonky and just pick that... Huskar for their mid. That's something that would be pretty sick for them.
Though the new Huskar, he does have magic resistance, so he doesn't work that well against these heroes. He doesn't work well against the Axe. He doesn't work well against the techies. Maledict can sometimes be a problem for him. If his Aegis is out, let's say, and then you Maledict him, he's gonna die from it.
Yeah,
so
that's also true.
It's good for the laning stage, though. We've seen these two teams. The laning stage went well. They go for a Monkey King.
No, that's another hero that should do fairly well versus the TA in the laning stage. It's a little bit more of a skill-based matchup, and the TA can play it at least. The Huskar lane is pretty much unplayable, and you need to jungle. This lane you can't play. You can actually play, so there's that.
It's still easier for the Monkey King, I guess.
So we spoke about obviously techies being this big condition for VP. I think it's going to be going crazy, but. Is there an opportunity here for Spirit, guys? Is there any hope on their side?
There is. They have 2 cores that are very strong and can be the real win condition in this game. You have the Troll, you have the Monkey. I can definitely see them taking this game, but they are playing versus a Virtus Pro techies. And man, this team is the only one that picks it at the moment, and they make it work. One of the games that they won versus OG was also with the techies. So I'll go with the Virtus Pro, but all eyes on techies. It's just going to be a fun game.
Just one question: am I allowed to flip flop, or now when it's
you can flip flop whatever you want, mate? Really? At this point, you've even adopted the name.
Sure. Okay, I'm gonna go for Spirit then.
Okay.
I think they have really strong lanes. I think the Monkey King is going to do well mid. The Centaur and Rubik are going to do well bot. They can get enough items to actually be able to finish this early. And even in the later stages of the game, they should be fine. They just need to not get stomped in the lanes to let the TA get the Aegis, and then they would be in really big trouble.
All right, well, let's get into the game because Toby and Lacoste are standing by. And guys, you know what this means. Techies is in play, but do you agree that it's going to be a VP game, or are you more likely to side with Hairy Freak, who loves to flip-flop on it all?
You know what? I'm happy not to flip-flop. I'm actually happy to look at techies as a real hero and work out how the game is going to play. Lacoste, you and I are having a long discussion about this during the draft as well, about like if Spirit knew what they were getting themselves into. And I think they did at least, but I don't know about you.
If I had to choose one person to cast this game with, it would be you, Toby. Every single time. If there's techies in the game, like, I want to hear your opinion. I don't play this hero. I try to play it. I'm legitimately probably I'd say one of the biggest haters of the hero. It just feels so weird. And like, you die, he doesn't do anything. He just planted the mines. Just straight up, you're dead. You vanished.
Well,
So I'm going to ask you a lot of questions.
If that's fine by me. If you want to do that, I'm also going to love the fact if he puts in a sentry ward, I'm going to laugh my ass off if he actually gets that radiant obs. He's trolling the trees. All right. Trying to be a pain and get the hell out of here. Yeah, so you can do 9 heroes and I'll do 1. Is that a good division of labor?
Sounds good to me.
But even this commitment, like, even if they do think they can kill off techies, they have to think again. Like, Suicide's not like the old Suicide. It's a really great lane harasser. And it's kind of interesting to actually watch the build coming in from Zayak. He's gone 3 Fairy Fires at the very beginning. Like, when the headdress was really in its prime, like, you just get a headdress and then you'd be able to just go into your soul ring nice and quick. And that's always the goal of every techie, get your soul ring as quick as you possibly can. But these 3 Fairy Fires just let him dive onto a Troll Warlord, which is definitely a harder jump.
Look at him. He's 8 at Tango, so he's just going to use Blast Off if they group up together. To have Regen and pop a Fairy Fire.
If you're ever running a safe lane, you never come in the blast radius of your teammate, especially when you're a ranged hero as Grimstroke. You just can't do it. There's nothing techies loves more than to have 2 heroes group. But there's also something techies really hate. So, like, we can talk about the positive things from him, but there's one thing he absolutely detests, and that's these high HP heroes that could walk into Fog of War and not care. And that's why I think Team Spirit were willing to actually play with this. My god, GPK's taking a lot of damage. But it's why I think Spirit were okay to play with this, because Centaur is one of these heroes that actually doesn't care as much about techies' minds. He will walk in, he will trigger everything, and still have a lot of life.
And I've seen this build in public games like Fairy Fires, and it also gives you damage, harassment, and you know, Blast Off is ready. Let's see.
And he'll go just a Suicide. Gets more damage into Troll, who's down to 2 tangos, and he'll TP back out again. You're not really looking for damage from the techies early on. It doesn't work that way. It's good chip harassment against people who have low HP, but and low armor, but Troll's not one of those heroes. Good love stomp up on top.
I mean, man, we were just talking about techies. It's Techies Guide, How to Play It by Zayats, and Toby also giving his commentary about it. Like, how many games do you have of techies, Toby?
A lot. And I also play with a guy called Kayanada, who has these level 25 techies, and his entire YouTube channel is dedicated to that hero. So yeah, we've talked a lot about it. I think the most disappointing techies I've ever seen was Wings, but they were just doing it for the YOLOs.
I mean, I don't mind seeing techies in my games because I know I'm gonna report him anyway. So, like, you can do whatever you want.
Hey, this is the mentality you got to shift. You got to listen to the interview that Resolution actually did when they were asked about it during the ESL tournament. And he's just like, yeah, as a team, you have to understand how this hero works, how you can capitalize on it. If you always think the techies is your enemy, then you're not playing techies correctly. Like, as a team, you will just lose because you have to play a different style. Think of it in the way where no one can smoke you, no one can move surprisingly against you, without flagging some kind of indicator. So smoke being such a huge critical thing in the game of Dota, you can actually nullify it with techies. This is why people hate him, because most of the heavy maneuverability that you get from utility items like smoke are just useless.
Just that you can't play. He changes how game is played. Like, you can't run uphills. You're gonna be making a different kind of rotations because he is, let's say, playing top part of the map, and then you can't be. Then you need to be the bottom, and I mean, your team can benefit from that. You know where the mines are.
He's looking for the wiggle. That's a little too early, Zayak, and you knew it as well. He was baiting into the Troll Warlord to buy more time for Resolution to actually get the kill. With the Fairy Fires, techies knew he was going to survive. When you miss those blast offs, you always get a little scared. But he was able to hit 0 heroes and they still find a kill on the lane. And he's moving towards the mid where GPK. Nice mischief, but one more attack from no one. No, he needs two. Chasing through the tree line, salving up underneath the tier 1 tower. TP support's coming in from the Rubik. Zaya's going to leave a Techie's mine down just for extra measure as no one. Does he want to try and turn? The coconut actually bounces all the way from top lane down towards the mid. You're going to lose once again. The troll, the troll's courier Centaur will die up on top, but we're just losing everyone everywhere. Zayak will commit suicide towards the mid to get the kill onto the monkey.
Zayat just got 2 kills on both cores of Team Spirit. He killed the bottom lane, now he killed the mid lane. I mean, he probably is the best Techies player in the world.
Yeah,
he knows how to play him in the professional games, and he's maxing out Blast Off, like at least the second point.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to be able to do. In the early stages, you actually don't care so much about your red mines. You want to be able to get the blast off. Like even the extra 1 second of silence is pretty nice, but it's the damage increase. Up an extra 100 damage just from this. Troll Waller needs to find a kill right now, or else he's just going to die to the battle hunger, just range harassment. Zayak actually hits him with a potato gun. 41 damage, and he gets the last hit in.
This is insane. Like, why are not other people playing Techies?
It's a really, really good question. And you see the way he does it. So this mine he's just planted on the bottom. It's a little too early because the range catapults there, and he does not want to have a mine near that. But this actually stops any support hero walking up through the trees around the back. You put a mine on the left and a mine on the right, and there's no way you can see it to deny it in time. So you're literally able to make it so if you want to try and come and do a pull, you're taking your life into your own hands, either for a retreat or for an attack. And Sentry Wars don't do jack. This is why you go blast off in the early levels. Let players burn their money on sentry wards and obs. It's not going to make a difference.
It's not just that.
Mid lane?
Even if you don't get a kill, you're still doing so much damage. GPK.
No one. That's really nicely done by Misha. He came into level 2 Inkswell and hit him with a level 3 Stroke of Fate, and no one was really diving for GPK. And of course, on bottom lane, you can have Troll Warlord being dove. Techies does not have Blast Off available, but he has mines. He's in range, and the Battle Hunger does his job. Centaur also died in the top lane while all that was going on. You've already got an insanely powerful lane of Witch Doctor and Ember to work. And they're going to go again. Cask into Maledict into Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and Immersions. Does he? Yeah, he's going to TP back. I think he knows he ticks if he stays in the lane.
So in the bottom lane, Axe going for a different kind of a build. No points in Berserker's Call. Maxing Battle Hunger just for the kill potential. Like he's
Zayak. Run away.
You hear that sound.
You see, like they're
back off.
They're buying Quelling Blades to try and cut through the tree lines. It's exactly what they need to do. Grimstroke's actually burning Tangos at full HP in order to find the lines to find those mines. It's actually one of the things you can do. Monkey. A little bit of trouble. TA Trap's going to slow him down. That just sets up for the Techie to get the jump forward, but nicely done from GPK. Kills off Zayak. He knows if he hits the stun, then there's no chance to get that quick red mine down and even maneuverable. Like, maneuver out of the way.
Oh, the thing about Tech is if he's gonna start to be picked more often, like, you need to start playing the hero to understand how to play against him. That's one way to counter him. And man, I do not want to start playing Techies.
If you want the easy way, play a Rubik. Rubik's actually one of these heroes that if you're quick enough on the grab, you can actually grab Techies before he finishes his blast off. Techies is interruptible during that blast off, so find things that can grab him in the air, and it does cause problems for the hero.
just have Rubik and just be quick with your fingers.
Yep. I know it's not the best solution in the world. Vision's the other one. Beastmars is pretty good, but not because you send your boars at it. A level 4 ball will be killed off by a level 4 red mine.
Oh, they're in trouble on the top lane.
Yeah.
PW with the haste.
Easiest start. They know with the Observer already down the lane that this isn't a problem. And Witch Doctor, he might go for more if he didn't get hit by the telekinesis throwback. Add some pressure to the techies. Don't let him go back to his mines. This observer is actually going to pay real dividends for Team Spirit because they're seeing all the setup that Zyke is doing.
Do you get 1 point in status trap on level 5? I believe you do.
You can do. It kind of depends on what heroes are going to come at you. I think against a Monkey King, you definitely want to get at least 1 value point in that. Monkey King's actually one of the worst heroes to play against techies. But, you know, he's going to kill off TA in the mid lane. Or will he? Sentry Ward's only now just being planted down. That took a little longer. Ember Spirit wants to help out. You do have your strike to come in. And Ember Spirit, have they actually bought the space for no one to back up? Another quick Sleight of Fist, ILTW. He TP'd in, mops up the creep wave, and he's going to be okay.
Team Spirit surprised that Templar Assassin has Meld and Invis, so it took them like 3 seconds to plant down that Sentry Ward.
Zayak's gonna suicide now. Actually, no, he can't. It's on cooldown. He was coming over for the outpost, and Troll Warlord really looking for something, but won't find anything. It's just a full backup. But to answer your question, like, yes, you do want to get a stasis trap point. It's great for ramp protection, but it's even better for a Monkey King who accidentally, like, springs into a group of trees. You need to be able to hold him there so he can't just try and spring away in time.
Let's see if he gets it. He is level 5. I believe he's gonna get it. Like, status trap is like your setup for the mines, for the kill.
Just as also a side thing, you can actually hold the point. If you think a red mine's going to get a kill, you can level it up, and it will level it up to the next level mine. I don't believe they've changed that yet. Goodbye, Axe. So yeah, you can actually wait and then level it up to level 3, and your level 2 mines that you planted down, proximities turn to level 3s. Witch Doctor looking to go for a solo kill over on the Centaur. He's no need to suicide for this one, or maybe Centaur is a pretty tanky kind of guy. So yeah, they're gonna commit it.
So he took another point in Blast Off.
He did,
and he found the perfect item for him: Arcane Ring.
Oh, life gets a little nicer with that. Soul Ring plus Arcane Ring. Yeah, you're looking pretty good. How's the other heroes going? We've talked a lot about techies, and I know I kind of want to do it, but the people are going to get really annoyed if I become the analyst in this.
You're the techies expert here, Toby. Well, top lane is going extremely well. ILTW going for that Spirit Vessel, which is one of the strongest items right now, I believe, besides Heaven's Halberd. And it can be played, I mean, it can be made by any of the heroes. It does so much. The overtime damage gives you the tankiness. Templar Assassin doing great. On top of net worth, just clearing some stacks. Like, that's the thing you want to have when you have Ember Spirit. You need some kind of a tower damage. Otherwise, you can't really siege. You can't go for objectives. Then you're really limited in like getting a kill into any kind of objective. Axe doing great. Getting closer to his Blink Dagger, just 500 gold away.
You know what? I'm just watching GPK's movement. If this was the old map where you had the shop on the side, GPK would be dead right now. This is a no-go zone against the techies, the trees on the eastern side. And you can see, I think GPK wanted to initiate underneath the tier 1 tower. They're looking for their target on bottom lane. Resolution's hanging by. Solo's here with his Death Ward available. Throws out the cast. Troll Warlord, Searing chained up. Not going to get much more. Just burn the Urn Charge. Full matchup. Zyke's being used to deep push. They're giving space for Templar Assassin to finish up a Desolator. You know, we've really just turned this bottom lane into a tri-lane versus a tri-lane. And I also love how Immersion's setting so close to that red mine. But the jump comes in. ILTW, primary target. He doesn't have a Spirit to get away from this one, but the Sleight of Fist at least is able to dodge the first stun. As Ember Spirit gets away to safety, GPK connected with the Maledict. And 4 heroes now on the bottom lane from Spirit. They want to change this up. So they send Troll towards the mid lane instead.
They're very limited on controlling Ember Spirit, and you can see one of the reasons why he is playing so cocky on the bottom lane. He has a poor man shield, extra protection, vitality booster, pretty hard to take down. They need to have like initiation from a Centaur's Blink Dagger or Rubik Cliff into Centaur's stun. Otherwise, I don't think you're getting a kill.
It's actually hilarious to watch a Centaur at level 8, almost level 9, walk past Techie's at level 6 and just Techie's taunts him back.
I did not find that funny, Toby. I don't know. It's just you love the hero too much. Here he comes.
Oh, he goes for the blast off too. The keg and the attack. It won't be enough. He's got stick charges available, but no one's moving in. And Zayek's like, can I finish this myself? A stampede has to be used to escape the initiation.
If he
At least Rubik gets the steal resolution. Oh, we found the call. Immersion goes down quickly. They'll move up the hill. GPK wants to be part of this one, but he's lost his teammates, and you've still got that double damage on no one. GPK, he topped so much damage, and he was affected by Maledict at the same time. The battle hunger is striking him down. In fact, it's just going to be Solo's Maledict that gets the kill. Not even no one's TA trap.
Tekis is just controlling the map for them. Like, he's showing on the top lane, we can't play this part of the map. It could easily backfire. How many deaths do they have? GPK 4 deaths, Dyrachyo 3 deaths. Like, this Tekis did so much with those early ganks.
And they keep going again. Blink call, resolution, finds his target over towards the Troll Warlord. Now the paralyzing cast will bounce out. It all comes a little late, and resolution underneath the tier 2 tower might get a little over ambitious. As a stun back down again. No one turns into the fight on GPK. He's able to actually get a little bit further away thanks to the mischief, but that doesn't mean he's away to safety. That Templar Assassin is a beast with a Desolator, and now can buy the Blink Dagger as well.
I saw that.
Oh, they got you baited. Like, Solo was playing a bait. No one hiding underneath the melt shadows. I thought he was gonna go for like a support, but he knows the hero. Like, instantly goes for Monkey King. Monkey King is not having a game. It was your 10th pick Monkey.
Man, I'm just loving watching Zayak. He's prepping the north. He's finally got the point of stasis traps up at level 8. And he's left his red mines at 2. It's a very unorthodox thing to kind of do, but I get it when you're going up against a hero like a Centaur. Zayak actually really prefers using his greens to create the keg timers when he wants it to go off.
Region rune for Tekis.
That's nice, huh? Well, actually, he passed it.
Oh, no one, come on.
Yeah, and then you prep these other little traps. And this is where VP play really, really well. They're looking for their own vision. GPK. Oh, he's bouncing down a farm. Oh, very quick to get back up again. The silence came on Axe. He already burnt out the call. Paralyzing cast, Maledict off target. Virtus Pro missing a lot of their abilities. They have to back up.
And the vision game they get from Tekis, from psionic traps.
Oh, not like this. Not like this. The call is out. No one can finish the job. You at least have a returned Maledict coming in from the Rubik. So getting over aggressive from Virtus Pro is a little harder. ILTW is going to be careful about that. Troll Warlord, however, the paralyzing cast, it bounces up to the monkey in the trees. Now the Stampede away. The Maledict, the last trigger, it's going to tick him. He's trying to finish the TP back. Troll Warlord.
No.
He's alive. He's alive. One card is up. And he has the raindrop.
He bought the raindrop in base. Either you buy a raindrop or you buy a fairy fire just to keep yourself alive. And Centaur is the perfect target to go for. Like, if you go for anyone else, they can use the Stampede. Even though he got the Stampede off, they still managed to bring him down. So right now, they're just controlling the map with the traps, with the bombs, and easily can go into Roche Pit. Next rune spawns in 10 seconds. If somehow it is a double damage on top.
Gonna get the Maledict. They need more help. Need a lot more help. But then again, you can just catch out the Rubik. Resolution jumps in with no one to rip apart Immersion. ILTW also looking for his own target. This Troll Warlords run back past the tier 1 tower. They can go all the way up to the Centaur. No, don't run over the kegs. Don't run over the kegs. You think you can take that farm. The kegs and the red mine. It's a pre-prepared trap. You know they're going to move off the lane to go on farm the camp when they're there. And he fell for it. Hook, line, and techies.
And he tips him. Dyrachyo tips Zayat. I know that feeling. Like, you're actually mad at him for killing you like this, but you can't say anything since it's a professional match. You know, but there would be a lot of old chat if it was not a pro match.
It's really funny, though, like, the way it gets played. So like obviously red mines will do more damage, but the remote mines, they're practically, well, they're actually less mana cost than that of the red mines. So you time when they go off, as long as you can keep them away from sentries or you keep them in these controlled positions. Like that kill on top wasn't a red mine. The red mine never even triggered. Now, jump forward. Good hoof stop over on No One. Refraction's going to buy him a little bit more time. Resolution's coming in. But now into the Wukong's command. No One really trapped up. Down for 50 seconds. They stampede because Spirit want a hell of a lot more. Solo and ILTW on the full retreat. They will get back a little bit out to safety. Resolution standing just looking at him.
Surprised that Virtus.pro didn't go for Roche. Secure it for Temple Assassin. Zion gets another one.
Oh, and another one too! Careful of walking up into Fog of War on Rams. You can't do it. You're gonna get a stasis trapped. And again, it's the green mine's power that kills him, not even the reds. And you're gonna get a kill on top. Troll Warlord's making a break for the trees, but those trees won't exist after a blast off. But Zyek knows he doesn't need to commit it. He just puts down both the reds, he puts down the greens. Resolution can axe him down, and then you turn this into a tower push.
You can see Troll, like, I need to pop my ulti so I'm not low, but Spirit Vessel doesn't allow him to lifesteal, and then he just gets dunked easily.
Mm-hmm.
So Steins is going for mech. Like, he wants to be having more teamfight presence. That's why they need to go Roche. Like, you know that you can't just straight up run into Roche pit. There are gonna be mines, even though they could not have any of those. Like, play the mind games with it. Secure that Aegis for No One.
They'll have it. Like, this is actually one of the coolest things to watch. When you remember, like, there was an ESL. That's one of the things. But there was an ESL where I stood up on the panel and I talked about Trinity mines. We won't have to talk about it in a second, though, because we've got a smoke out from Spirit. They're looking for a target. Templar Assassin, once again, that primary target they're going for. They should have enough damage to get through No One. Sentry Ward's still planted, so there's no hiding inside the meld. But it's this Trinity camp that Resolution's standing on right now, where you have the Sentry, the stasis trap at the back and the red mines at the front. So by the time the stasis trap will trigger, you're already too close. And Misha, this is silly. This is suicide. Quite simply. And now you go into even more.
And another one.
You don't enter Techies.
He found Monkey.
He enters you. Now the Fable comes out. Monkey King goes for the kill, but what are you doing? Techies has driven you to madness. You are going into an area you have no vision in, where Techies has prepared the field of play. Why?
I mean, it's so hard to play against this. They're just keeping the vision. With the traps, they even have Observer Ward on the high ground, but for God's sake, please kill the Roche. Give that Aegis to No One. He died twice already. Like, he just wants to farm his BKB. They have no real good abilities that go through BKB besides, like, right clicks from Troll and Monkey, which is not enough. And here we come.
They're looking for something, but once again, like, okay, observers and sentries get planted down. You throw down a second observer so you can see on top of the hill. The sentry's a little too far away from the rest of the stasis traps, but there's no more greens here, there's just reds. So Virtus.pro have already abandoned the position. I think this is also another test of a really great player. Like, Zyek already knows where his team is moving next, and he prepares for it. So there's defensive traps on the tree. That's what Misha walks into. And now the jump call on top of the Centaur. Can't back away from ILTW. Monkey wants to help him out. Roshan's already taken from No One, so now he can come and join the fight. Ember Spirit controlled up by the Rubik for paralyzing Cask, as well as the Maledict. They can't move the back line. No One lines up Misha in immersion, and everyone just gets sighed to death. And with the Death Ward, Troll Warlord cannot escape from that one. The Spirit may be broken. Virtus.pro. This map belongs to them.
It's just the mental damage the Stakis is doing. Like, you know you can't move around freely on the map.
Yep.
And
they thought they had enough to actually deal with it. Maybe they thought their lanes were going to be strong enough to survive. But now Monkey's going to die because no one's jumping in. He's got so much damage. And the call. Oh, it caught the Centaur before he could get the hoof stomp off. At least he'll get two now. This fight just keeps continuing on. The Solo's got no more mana to actually give. ILTW, one last slide of fist. They'll kill off the Centaur. Meanwhile, Techie's pushing top.
What's his net worth? He has almost the same net worth as enemy mid laner. GPK, man, he must be triggered out of this world.
And you see where he's preparing again. Like, if you really want to study a techies, just study Zayak and look at the look at the timings of when he actually prepares the traps. Like, he's still re-preparing the trap up on top because I think he understands that Troll wants to go somewhere else and farm if they get a little bit of space. And that stops it. That stops your advantage that you think you're going to gain. Resolution runs up into vision this time around. But Ember Spirit has a haster and he's ready to fight. 5 Spirit Vessel charges, a Sleight of Fist, Searing Chain. They hold the Troll Wall into position. GPK, this is a good stun in from Centaur. Able to catch up both Axe as well as Solo. So Solo goes down and even the Soulbind grabbing the Axe, grabbing the Ember Spirit. Axe will finally go down, but no one, everyone is standing together. Social distancing. Please, no one will keep on going in deeper. Misha is Searing Chained up. 4 heroes on the sideline. Immersion's the last one left alive, and now it's a mango party at the Radiant Fountain. They're gonna take everything, get all their mana back up too, to try and look for the next fight.
And Techies already preparing once again, same spot. Like, he's just shutting down the map completely for them. It's getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, I don't think he even cares they have observers and sentries. They know it. They put the observers and sentries down before. He's even holding his Greaves so that they can get the double heal, and ILTW just doing this solo. He's got Aghanim Scepter, Ember Spirit, a quick jump away, and they just tap out. I don't want any more to do with this. This game is Virtus.pro's, this series is Virtus.pro's, and the position in the playoffs, it belongs to Virtus.pro as well.
This was over. Have they managed to kill Techies even once, or did he suicide every single time?
I think they got him once. I think they actually got him once, but yeah, because suicides show up as normal deaths, it's a little deceiving.
This hero is really strong in the right hands, and thank you, Toby, for being my analyst.
I'm happy to help you out. I actually hope we get a game with Virtus.pro that lasts longer than 25 minutes, so we can actually talk about some of the other key things of Techies, how he gets played, and how he really can just set up your team for all victories. But I'm sure Lizard, with his expertise as well, will have a couple of things to say about why Zayak is probably, and no, not probably, is the best Techies in the world.
I'm sure everyone has to say a lot about it after that, right? Obviously, yes, Techies does an incredible amount of damage, can be a real pain in the ass for everyone else that has to go against him, but it's being used in the right hands, right? Not everyone, you need to have a good teamwork, you need to have the understanding of how to control it, where to place your mines at the right time. And, well, VP just showed Spirit that not only will you continue to walk into it, but even when you feel like you're doing well, we'll force you, we'll bait you in to walk into more and cause a hell of a lot of problems.
But, man, so in high school, I played mostly Warcraft 3, not really Dota. Like, maybe every now and then I'd get one game or two. And I just remembered, once he got the Arcane Ring on the Techies. So Arcane Ring right now is a neutral item, but it used to be an active before, a long time ago. And it used to be your core item on Techies as well. I just remembered that I played so much Techies back then, I had dreams of it. I had Dude, I love the hero.
He's one of them guys. He's one of them guys.
Nasty, dirty, techie players. I don't play it right now. In pubs, I suggest strongly against it. Don't pick it in pubs, because this, what you saw right here, is a team effort. Zayats plays an amazing techies, no doubt about it, but this is a team effort. This is a team that knows how to play around the hero, knows how to play against the mines, knows exactly when to pressure so that your position 4 can go back and plant those mines. Usually in your pubs, if you're a position 4, you're supposed to be the one pressuring, because your team isn't as compact, isn't as strategically sound to be able to create space for you instead. And they did that for Zayats. He did have an amazing laning stage, he did well versus that troll, but then again, it's a team effort, and that's why Virtus.pro together as a team make this techies work.
Yeah, usually you would see a techies not be so strong when you're winning the game, right? Because they're not pushing into you, you can't really get them into your minds. But like Liz said, when you have this team effort where you know how to push the enemy team at the area where you want them to be, then it can really work out even when you're on the aggressive. But to stop about the techies, no one destroyed GPK mid. This matchup does not go to the TA. It does not go to the TA. He destroyed GPK. Also, one of the reasons why they did so well. And on top lane, we have a Centaur Rubik that don't necessarily lose. I mean, Ember got super free farm. He had even more farm at one point than no one. So I guess they lost that lane. So Virtus Pro actually played all 3 lanes incredibly well, and then they utilized their draft to its full potential, which we kind of covered with talking about.
Then again, it's also mental warfare. You know, like, it's Lacoste said it. It's the mind games, man.
You're just triggering them every time.
They trigger you. So when look at this, you're playing. I think 3 heroes are going to follow. Look now, Centaur jumps in. He dies. Now Monkey King goes in. There you go, the blast off. 3 of them will die, maybe even a 4 kill.
Once you hear that noise, you just must be like, okay, yeah, thanks.
I'm done. You hear that noise and you're like, you just stop, you know, you're done, you know. Actually, before when you hear the noise, you might consider that you're dead. Right now is the stasis trap. If the stasis trap connects on you, if you're rooted, you know, you see your hero, like every single player just turns and turns quick, but he's rooted, he can't move, you know, and you try to move, but you know you're dead. At that point, there's 2 red mines on the sides and possibly like 5 or 6 green ones, and you're just remote mines, and you're just gone. Great performance overall by Virtus Pro, but man, did Team Spirit tilt. You could see it. You could see it. It's one of the things that Techies does to you. It not only triggers your team, it triggers the enemy team as well. When in pubs here, it only triggered the enemy team. 19-minute mark, 18-minute mark, they're using the smoke out of their high ground, like. From their base, they're smoking up. And just to try and get outside of the base, just to try and find the right kill, just to make something work for them, but they couldn't even.
And you don't have nowhere to go. That's the main thing. You have nowhere to go. Every high ground that you would normally like to take, it's not there because there are a few mines. So even if you get the right initiation, even if you get the good vision, the mines, the area is belonging to Virtus Pro, and that means so much more when you have this hero.
Plus the traps, right? In this game, it's not even only the mines, you're also playing versus TA traps. Supports didn't even have to buy wards. Like, you don't even need it. So, one of the things that Techies does is he segments the map, and you need to choose very carefully where you will be playing, because if you go into the other direction, if you go on the other side, you might be just blown up, which happened in this game many times. So you really have to play on one side only until Techies moves there, then you rotate to the other one, and they could never find their foothold in that way. They could never really find a way to go to one side of the map and take control of it because of the bad laning stage and the fact that Virtus Pro was constantly pressuring them and forcing them to move back to.
And kind of your last stand is always your triangle. That's your last stand. That's the area that you cannot give in. That's where you find your farm. That's how you come back. And when you lose the laning stage, playing against the Techies and the team that knows how to utilize it and play around it, they just take your triangle. And then even if you try to go on the bottom lane, let's say there are no mines there, even if you're 4 versus 5, you're not in a favorable position. So in a favorable position, you have a hero that completely dismantles you. In an unfavorable position, you might even lose a 3 versus 5 fight. That's just how Dota works. So once the lane was done, it was all downhill from Spirit, and I guess Banks, you didn't get to see your all-out bloodbath game, but
no, it didn't happen, did it? It was a bloodbath in a different way, though.
You did see some C4s.
I saw something I'm familiar with, right? Lots of explosions, people just walking straight into it, and
you can't. What's it called? This you can't discharge these ones. No
diffusing.
You can't diffuse them then. What the
Maybe
hell?
that's something Spirit need to work out, right? Not how to just avoid them, how to find a way to get out of it.
Diffusal kit to Dota, man. So you can play it versus Techies.
Gaben's heard it here now, right? That's how we're going to deal with Techies. Someone's going to come in with a diffuse kit, give it to them. There we go. Jobs are good. It's tough, though, to watch a game like that because Spirit really, like the head we saw in both games, good drafts coming out. It was going to work out, and then they just allowed the Techies through. And do you think they thought they had a way of dealing with it?
No.
So why? Why was this allowed?
They forgot it. Yeah.
How do you forget that?
I think the series just moved them in a direction in which they started thinking about different heroes, and they banned out bigger problems, but they didn't ban out the Techies, and Techies came in and they lost to it.
Well, VP have saved themselves and made sure they've got through the playoffs now. It's guaranteed. So happy days for them managing to get that win over Spirit. Spirit, again, going 2-1 in series. able to get a game, but they can't get enough to get those wins in the bag, but certainly a lot to learn from for it. But it's time for us to go to a break. Harry Freak, you'll be swapping out. We're going to be T-Gov in, but you'll be back a little bit later. And next up, we're going to have NIGMA going up against Team Secret. NIGMA have had a rough game so far. They've tried to show us their best, and Secret have looked dominant. But this match is ultimately important for Secret, because if they win this, and considering they won over Alliance, they will go into the first place and take that big seed, and that will help them out across the rest of the playoff brackets. We'll have to see how this one goes down. We'll be back with you guys in about 10 minutes.
Bailando, bailando, amigos, adiós, adiós, el silencio loco. Bailando, bailando, amigos, adiós, adiós.
and all over the place, singing, we will.
Rocked you.
Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? I travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? I travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep
Shorty, she ball for me. It's couple the serve straight. This shit is a fall for me. I think I'm too high to see. And I can't stress, I do my best to keep my privacy. They tell me, sharp, you gonna make it through the prophecy. I got some people around me that'll get you murked. Let me in the game and then I get a shit or hurts. As a matter of fact, I think it curse. Plugged in like the charge. Yeah, you're coming at your heart. Are you yelling at your daughter cause you seen her touch your pussy?
Hold your breath. We're not turning back.
Welcome back, one and all. It is time for some more Dota action to come your way. We had a 3-game series between VP and Spirit, and it went the full distance, but it went VP's favor. We got to see the techies play come out there that Lizard is a big fan of. T-Guff, do you like some techies?
No.
Don't need to talk, mate.
No, thank you, Lizard. He did know what I was going to say. No, I think I like the potential future of techies. For like the last half year, I thought it could be a very strong position 5, maybe 4, but overall, I don't like it. No, I hate it.
Future of techies, please no.
Yeah, like
not in pubs, guys. Leave the pros. Let them play. Don't
exactly.
Pick it
So it's not hero for me to
like
enjoy?
click support.
No.
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 Don't.
But no, yeah, I don't mind it. I don't like. Now and again, I know actually, fun fact by the way, Thompson has actually been playing some techies mid in some of his games.
Okay.
Because he just plays off the side camp, mines it, and then just suicides on the wave to farm it. So he just does those small things.
There was a time when even in Dota 1 it was played mid. People were playing it, but please no. Let's not go there. Let's not do that.
What I'll do, right, before we get into this game that's coming up, I'll explain to everyone at home what has been going on with the CIS region and break down our top 4 placements that we got here. So how it ended up was Hellraisers, definite first place. They just were so unbelievably good across all the series. Virtus Pro, who you just saw, they went from 4th to 2nd place, looking real good for those guys. And then for VP Prodigy, they're in 3rd place. Incredible for them. A team that came through the qualifying spots, sit there in 3rd place, make it to playoffs. And the final team in 4th place is Na'Vi. Obviously, this is done off who beat who, done off the round difference and stuff that comes in with it. So it's all in there. It's all easy to see. And I like the ones we got there. Both VPs in. I'm down. I'm all about to see how VP Prodigy can continue on their playoff run. Might potentially end badly for them when it comes to it. They had a good start, but we've all enjoyed what we've seen from them, right?
Yeah, definitely. Seeing a team that's the prodigy of Virtus Pro, the kids, the way KP likes to call them, they've had some pretty good performance. They also have some swag with them. Like when they were interviewed, they said that, yeah, we're not gonna troll a lot versus VP. You know, we're gonna come serious. They're our rivals now. You know, they know they can handle. Yeah, they feel that they can handle VP. They didn't manage to.
No,
they got 2-0 quite hard, but
it was sad.
At least they have the swag.
Yeah, they do.
You got to have some swag, win or lose, right? Either way, and that's when we come on to NIGMA, because these guys have been having a tough time. They're now going up against Secret, but for NIGMA, this is just you're playing, right? It's another game. See what you can do. See where you end overall in all of it. You've only won 1 game. You've lost 4 so far. You're going up against a Secret who, if they win this game, they will move into 1st place and 1st seed. It's very important for Secret here. So I'm feeling rough for NIGMA because it's started to get better. You guys were happier yesterday with what you saw from NIGMA, but it still didn't result in the win.
The real question you have to ask is actually, does Secret want to play Na'Vi or do they want to play VP Prodigy? Because that will determine how they perform in this series.
I love how like, you and Lizard are both on this vibe of like calling out on, they didn't put in as much work as this game. Collusion could be a thing.
No, I joke. Honestly, these teams, they don't really care who they play against, honestly. It'll just be like, they think they can win the tournament, they'll just play anyone, right? So kind of memes aside.
I have some secret phone calls. Collusion is a thing. It's a part of this game as anything else.
Liz just
Ukrainian president is involved.
Wait, isn't it?
Let's not get this.
Yeah. Like the greatest thing. I was I was here in the country when he was making this big speech last year around this time, before he just got elected, and people love him here. He's a comedian, but also like a stand-up bloke.
Stellar chap.
Yeah, stellar chap.
There we go. Look
There
at
we go, mate.
We can take Lizard as
There we
one of
go.
ours.
Oh my!
Let's go for a stroll, mate.
Keep that one going. The entire panel. Everyone will run away. No one will care about our opinion.
Three Brits, man. Like
Two
two
Brits
is
is
enough.
enough. Yeah.
More than enough.
Two's enough, right? And then you have Kyle. Then you've just literally got everything going wrong. We just need one Aussie in there. When we have Toby, and then we're all sorted.
Yeah, we're all good. We got the.
Every bit in there of all the terrible parts of our language and countries across the board. But no, for Secret, right, this is the game where it depends on, yes, where they want to end up seed-wise. I'm sure they want to be able to take down NIGMA. NIGMA, I just hope we can see even better than what we saw from them last time, right? Because yesterday things were starting to say, oh, God, okay, this is better. We're getting somewhere with it. But they've still got a long way to go.
Yeah, I think it's all about just finding their footing, really. They just didn't. I don't think they really clicked at all during this tournament. They had moments of, like, I think, brilliance where they had some factors, right, that when they had like Meepo games, Ember games, Batrider games, these like active heroes that they could just play behind and just move forward, it was really solid. But then it was other components of their game which just felt a little bit slower. Like they felt like they were always lacking stuns or they were lacking timings and they were just being outpaced just game after game.
I think they will bring their A game, right?
Yeah, no, they will.
No matter
Yeah.
what, right now, even if you give them a bad draft, they're gonna play it like maniacs. They will play to their. They will just play their best game here. They're playing versus Secret.
Like that
this
game
is a
yesterday,
different
right?
thing. Yeah,
that first game when they had like Weehaw mid Pugna, right? He's pretty much, unfortunately, a creep at like the 10-minute mark. He's nothing, but he's still having a lot of impact in the game, like decrepping the curse target, putting that pressure out, saving his fellow supports. Because like there were so many like and mind control just popping off from Fury, and of course there was some questionable moments with the buyback and stuff. But overall, as a team, they were playing such high quality Dota, and that's why it lasted 45 minutes in a game, which you could have said, all right, it's over by 10.
They're looking better.
Yeah, they are.
No, not good enough though for Pushka League. They didn't improve on time.
Yeah.
But this isn't like the one tournament isn't their goal. It's a long-term project. It's something that Kuro says over and over again. They're just looking to steadily improve. My question is, why are you in such a bad shape right now? What happened? Is it the patch really that isn't working for them? Because they started off on the wrong foot in the Bukoval minor, then they improved, they won it. Then the same thing kind of happened in the We Play Madness event, Mad Moon event, and then they improved and they won it. But here they, okay, let me rephrase that. Why do they have to improve every time? Like, why don't they show up with their A game? There's I guess there are teams that do that. Like OG is an example as well, a team that goes from the lower bracket, from the open qualifiers and wins the TI. So maybe that's the story.
They're trying to make a story here, aren't they?
They're going to drop into Division 2, beat everyone there and rise from the ashes.
I do believe, just in case NIGMA fans are scared that they might actually drop into Division 2, I believe because they actually beat OG Seed, they're very much confirmed. The only team that can maybe go to Division 2 is if OG lose against NIP, and then the head-to-head, OG Seed beat OG, therefore OG go out. I believe.
Oh!
Yeah, I believe.
It's not going to happen. We'll give them a push.
I thought OG Seed were like guaranteed last place, but no, yeah,
I believe I am. Maybe I'm wrong here, but
I like how he's saying I believe. He's covering himself really well here.
He's covered himself because you never know. Here we have a joker, and that's this rule. If OG falls in Division 2, we might give them a rope. Here you go.
Pull you back out.
Play the qualifiers.
You've had the players, you've had the stand-ins, right? You've had all the things that could go wrong happen in one. You've had high ping, even though some players can play really well off high ping, you know?
Maybe suddenly OG Seed will disband and the real OG will take OG.
Oh, yes. Wait, that's the play. Yes. It's like, sorry, guys, we have to remove you. We can't have a second team anymore, financing. But... Oh, that's so smart. Damn, Lizard.
We've 200 IQ. This is the worst way.
It's the corrupt Slavic thinking, man. That's all.
OG Seed are sat here listening to you guys and going, no, please. They don't want this thought in their head at all. They want to be able to concentrate on potentially having a chance to make it.
I just like the fact that this Europe group is just like, you just see 4 qualified teams, and then the remaining games are like just little slugfest. It's just like, oh, the teams are already out. It's like, oh, we don't really achieve much here, lads.
Yeah, it's just more like what it changes in positions, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Nah, it's pretty much settled, but today we will see a good series, like 100%.
And at least one OG team going out
Yeah.
of Division 1, potentially.
Sad boys.
Sad boys.
But we did say this, right? I remember at the very beginning when we were doing the qualifiers, we said the teams that are qualifying in, there's a big difference between playing against the top dogs and playing at the level they were at. And it was going to be a tough time for them in the league. You can't all be a VP prodigy and have those games where you prove yourselves like, yeah, we should be here. And for OG Seed, it's probably a massive learning curve for these guys, right?
Definitely, but if you remember the same qualifiers, it's NIP that actually didn't qualify. They were the chicken fighters. They lost. So how do you justify that? Maybe there's a... It's difficult. It's a best of 3. You lose a couple here, suddenly you find yourself in a bad spot. You lose some morale. You start experimenting. I think that's something that happened quite a lot to OG Seed, right?
A good way of... Oh, we got John.
Yeah.
A good way of looking at it, I think, was when we're back in Chaos, when we're looking at our team performance and trying to work out like why are we not always able to convert some of these games. And like the basic look at it was, when you have your lowest of lows, it shouldn't be like bad, right? Your lowest point in a team should always be at a good enough standard that you can still win games, right? And it's, for example, with OG Seed, when they play well, like we've seen at some previous events, they're like, damn, they're really solid. Are they making it? But there's that level of when they're on an off day, their off days are, not great, that it then pushes them down. Same with NIGMA, for example, and Liquid as well. They have such polarizing performances where when they show up, and when they don't, it's like...
It's something that Kyle mentioned yesterday. You have to find a little bit more complex strategies as a way of getting those victories. You can't rely on your lanes always going well and then doing the same rotations with the same heroes, playing that minute 7 move behind the tier 1, planting the ward and pushing the tier 2 into the tier 1 on the mid lane. It doesn't work. You need some complex strategies. You need to find ways to win the games off of bad start, let's say. That's something that OG Seed really didn't manage to do. If you look at their games that they have won, it's usually either with very good cheese picks, such as Meepo, right, or Chassis popping off with that mid lane Void Spirit. But enough about those boys. We have Team Secret, we have Team NIGMA here, and this is already fun for me. These bans are completely different than from the ones of the first series, and this is the hypest part of this game for me, the draft stage. It completely changes the way the meta is played when these two teams face each other, because they're on the next level. Puppy and Kuro, they're on the next level of drafts.
As long as they don't pick Sven and Viper in the same draft.
Yeah, bring that one up, didn't you?
I thought I'd, just push it through. But I like the point that you're making about OG Seed. I think it kind of goes to NIGMA as well, where the games that they perform really well in, it is this Batrider, this Ember, this core on position 1 or 2 that can make these earlier moves. When they don't have, and they have like farm intensive 1-2s where they have item based timings and not just like a level based timing, they force mind control to make these plays. And it's that age old argument that people keep having nowadays, which is like the sacrificial mind control, yada yada yada. But this is kind of where NIGMA put themselves in draft.
Do you believe that they sacrifice mind control? Tell me.
Yeah, I do, of course, yes. If you head on over to now, I'm not even going to try and advertise that terrible Reddit post. It's so lackluster in depth, but anyway.
Got a thing to show you guys. Kuroki decided to delay something, so he ended up with a 30-second penalty on their timing for this draft as well.
Damn, wow, cool. Who needs time anyway? These guys know each other.
Maybe it's better. Just going to lock it in, you know.
Pressure, the fire under the...
Why not? Just make it harder for yourself.
No, but anyway, like looking at like the whole point of NIGMA, it's the fact that when they don't have a position 1 and 2 that can make these earlier moves and they need to farm for that 15-20 minute mark, it does put them in a difficult position of having to play off of their offlaner. And normally, like, offlaners, you pick them quite early in the draft, especially if you're second pick, you don't have a good matchup, you then put yourself in a very difficult position because of that innate play style of, especially with Weeho, he's a very farm intensive player, unless he's on a hero that has to go, for example, Batrider. So I think that potentially could be a big factor in why we're not seeing them really kind of prosper right now.
Shadow Demon.
They go Shadow Demon. This is a different opening. I don't think we've actually seen them pick Shadow Demon at all in this tournament, I don't think.
It's banned out very often.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We've seen a lot of Shadow Demon in the first week, but then it got banned out because it's just true. The hero is just way too strong.